1902, 1903, por allá. 14. Para hacer, vamos. Dale, pues huevo y vamos a darle.
Eddie, I can do it until Bobby gets like for a little bit.
Well, no.
That's the garbage bags.
I have garbage bags.
I have ones in my bag still from last year. Oh yeah. Didn't think about that. Yeah, I don't want to make a great. I don't really.
Yeah, you don't want to grow things.
Let's just start growing up. So vines just start growing around the camera.
Yeah, that would suck.
Yeah.
Guess I'm on this.
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a video with this guy with
If he shows up, I just tell him. Oh, yeah.
why.
He's a nice guy. He just. He was wondering. Because he had to go home.
Trying to get a few reps in for enough players there. Bobby, this is just garbage now, eh? The Gato? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, take your time. Oh, you need to see me the 1 minute sign. So.
Oh, okay.
I'll bring it.
Just need all our eyes. Yeah. Welcome back to Chatham, guys. Feels like you're just here.
Yeah. Logged some bus hours yesterday and today. No, I wasn't there.
That's why you think that we're both
Okay. Yeah, what?
Yeah, well, that's the only thing. Baseball?
Right there.
All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Fergie Jenkins Field here at Rotary Park for some more Friday night Barnstormer baseball. Another great crowd here. My name's Peter Cobb, Meg's behind the camera, and I'm here with a Maple City kid, Mr. Greg Kimball. And Greg, you're the senior statement of the, give this guy a round of applause. This is Greg Kimball, folks. I can't, you're not 33 years old. No.
35.
No. 35. Boy, I remember when I was 30. No, I don't. That's 30 years ago. My goodness. Yeah. The hecklers in the crowd. Hey, Greg, let's talk a little baseball. You grew up in Chatham. Talk about playing ball in Chatham and growing up in the Maple City.
Yeah, it's a great town, great baseball town. The people are wonderful. We always had great support. Having junior OBAs here, midget growing up, it was awesome. Before the grandstands, before everything, all the excitement around, it's definitely a good atmosphere.
I got a good feeling that you fell in love with this game because I watched your dad, Graham Kimball, play this game, and what an outstanding ball player he was. I'm going to tell you. Is that a fair statement?
I'd say that's a fair statement. I never got to see him play, but he was my coach growing up, and I'm very fortunate that he did have the baseball mind and passed it along to me. I only hope to make him proud.
Absolutely. Well, you know what, folks? A lot of people think the Maple City's a hockey town. It's not. It's a baseball town, and all you got to do is read about the history of CMBA and baseball. And I recommend you get Fred Osmond's book. The history of baseball in Chatham is outstanding. Let's talk about some of the places you've played this great game.
So growing up, obviously playing in Chatham, I moved to Sarnia, played AAA for the Braves for a bit, now the Brigade, and then recently playing with Corona on the Corona senior loop.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to tell you something. We are just tickled to have you home, kiddo. Folks, his name is Greg Kimball. He tells me he's 35. I don't believe it, but we love the bet on this club and continued success, and thank you for joining us on the pregame.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Greg Kimball, folks. All right, in a moment, we're going to send it back upstairs to Mr. E. Myers and the voice of the Chatham Maroons, Mike Renier. We'll be back with more baseball momentarily.
Whether you're commercial, industrial, or residential, Enyo Pest Advisors are here with passion and integrity to help. Call us for a no-obligation quote today, 226-627-4944. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Every family, every asset, every business we insure is a chapter in our story. We listen with open hearts, understanding that behind every insurance policy is a unique narrative. It's not just about numbers, it's about your dreams, your aspirations, your life. We take over your risks so you can live life to the fullest. Because we're not just some insurance people behind a desk, we are part of a community that has your back.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Fergie Jenkins Field on Tweedsboro Avenue in Chatham. Chatham-Kent Barnstormers Baseball is back on the air. My name is Mike Grenier, along with my broadcast partner, Ed Myers, Peter Cobb on field level, along with your producers, Wes and Brad McDonald, Dan Dominguez, our statistician again this afternoon. And the Barnstormers, looks like they've kind of heated up a little bit, Ed. They have, certainly they dropped the last game, but they came in with a great weekend last weekend. 2 out of 3 here at Fergie Jenkins Field. And if it wasn't for a great comeback in extras against the London Majors on the road, we would have a 3-game winning streak.
Yeah, they really put it together. We mentioned Sunday that it seemed in the second game last Saturday against Barrie, they sort of turned a corner and started playing well as a team. We got some consistent pitching, and things looked really good carrying through into the Kitchener game on Sunday. Tough break Tuesday night, a good ball game, losing in 10 innings.
But really, the offense has been pretty consistent for the most part this season, so that's really not been a worry for the Barnstormers. What we have seen the last number of games, including the game in London at Labatt Park, is the starting pitching. And the pitching staff overall, we have seen them get progressively better since a rough start to begin the season. So that is that's a good component that we're seeing improving as we get towards the middle of the season.
Yeah, it had to happen, and it's apparently happening. You can't spend most of the game working behind batters and catching up, because when you're catching up, you're coming to the batter, and they have their choice of whatever pitch they want to swing at, and if you do that over and over and over again, you're not going to have success. They seem to have changed that in the last few games, and let's see what happens tonight.
Game tonight, game tomorrow night. Kitchener Panthers in town this evening. We'll have Brantford, the Red Sox, in tomorrow evening for a 7 p.m. game here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Tonight is Superhero Night, sponsored by Nick Defense. We saw the owner, Dom Donnell. I think he is Captain America tonight.
There he is. I know.
He is down there, so we're having a lot of fun with Superhero Night here at the ballpark. One of 3 games going on across the IBL, the Inter-County Baseball League. We'll keep you up to date on how the other 2 games are going on through this evening. Still have not seen Aiden Ryan very much in the last little bit, so hopefully he will be not out of the lineup for too long. But again, he's not going to be the starting pitcher tonight for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, but we've got some hometown representation on the bump. We've got Brock Whitson going tonight for the Barnstormers, looking to see some further progression from Brock.
Yeah, he started out in a sort of a rough way where he was sort of having trouble finding the plate. The last time we saw him, he pitched very consistently, 3 strikes, and that's all you really want. You have 8 other players out there with you, and if the other team is swinging the bat, you're going to have some help, and the big thing is to throw strikes.
Greg Kemble, the pregame guest on the field with Peter Cobb. He will not be in the lineup tonight, but it's Masuki Fukuda. He's getting the start behind the plate for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers as they look to make it 3 wins out of 4 if they can get a victory here tonight against the Kitchener Panthers. More coming up with the game coming momentarily. For a first pitch in just a few minutes, it's the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers and Kitchener Panthers. We'll be back in a moment with the pregame show. It's presented by Kent and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
My time, think it's my
this afternoon. And this is the kind of baseball night that just makes you feel good all over. This certainly was a Donnybrook here yesterday, and his earned run average is 3.85. He has given up 70 walks and 178 strikeouts. He has 25 home runs and 98 runs driven in. He's a right-hand hitter standing deep in the plate. The pitch swung on by Keene. Line shot to left field, base hit. Snyder over, drives it on the skip, fires it back in, and Keene is a base runner at first. Now here we go. Stepping in to lead off in the ball game will be young first base.
In Chatham, IBL baseball back on the air tonight. It's the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers welcoming in the Kitchener Panthers for the second time in a week after being victorious against these Panthers last Sunday afternoon. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers, moments away from the first pitch. And Ed, in the stands, actually just off to our left a little bit, we've got a good piece of Chatham-Kent history sitting in the stands watching this game tonight.
Yeah, it's interesting. The individual sitting to our left is George Satch Montague. George is a Chathamite, and he played baseball with Lee Casera's grandfather in Chatham. He represented the first Ontario championship team that won after minor baseball was formed in 1946. They won the Bantam OBA championship, Branch 431 Legion, in 1953. So he's here with some of his Chatham friends enjoying the game tonight, and it's good to see them.
Amazing history that we have in baseball here in CK. Many of us don't really grasp the magnitude of the history of the game that we have here.
Well, we've talked a little bit before about people saying Chatham's a hockey town. Well, Chatham is also a baseball town. I was talking this week to Doug Melvin. His mother passed away and had her funeral this week, and he was saying, well, Chatham is a baseball town, that when you look at the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame, it's the only city in Canada that has two representatives, Fergie Jenkins and Doug Melvin. And I think that speaks for itself.
That's more than enough to qualify us as
Yes.
a baseball municipality here in CK. And there's really no reason we can't be both. We can be baseball and hockey town.
Sure can, and we have for years. And just don't forget about the baseball legends that have been established in Chatham. As I said, minor baseball was established after World War II in 1946. And established quite a history of programs that were highly successful over the years that followed.
Barnstormers again welcoming in the Kitchener Panthers. It is a 5-9 record for the Barnstormers. They are 7th in the IBL. They've got a one-game cushion on the Brantford Red Sox, who we'll see here tomorrow. So really, this is a good opportunity. And we know in this league, one of the best things about this league is you never know what's going to happen. From 1 to 9 in the standings, anything can happen on any night, but you've got to think that the Barnstormers are using this weekend, looking at this weekend as an opportunity to get up in the standings some more and maybe get a couple of big wins.
Yeah, true. I don't think anybody's been running over any of the opposition, and just when you think they lose 2 or 3 games, and they're sort of bunched together, and I think that's a good part of the league. Lots of hitting, lots of running, a few mistakes, but good baseball.
1 of 3 games in the IBL tonight. Elsewhere, going in a few minutes, actually same start time as here. The Toronto Maple Leafs will be in Hamilton to take on the Cardinals, and also at the same time in London, up at Labatt Park, it's the Welland Jackfish. They'll be in London to take on the Majors. All games start off tonight at 7:35, so we'll keep an eye on the other 2 games tonight on Superhero Nights, brought to you by Nick Defense. Tomorrow night being Country Night, so dress up. Might be another warm one, so dress up as certainly a country superstar, brought to you by the Rock and Royal Tea here in Chatham. Minutes away from the Barnstormers, coming off that tough loss in London earlier on this week at Labatt Park. They played the London Majors really, really well. That was a very fun game to watch on both sides. A good game, and the Barnstormers able to take it to extra innings. They got the lead, top of the 10th, but it was resilient for London. They came back from the bottom, and they won by 1.
Yeah, those are tough to lose, especially when you're on the road and have a 2-run lead going into extra innings. And those things happened. Got into some walk problems and gave up 3 runs in the 10th and lost 7-6.
Brock Whitson on the mound tonight for the Barnstormers. He will get the call. And Yadian Martinez, he will be the starting pitcher for the Kitchener Panthers. He's having a great start to this campaign. Last time that the Barnstormers faced Martinez was on the road in Kitchener at the end of May 30th, I do believe. That was actually the last time we saw Aiden Ryan pitch for the Barnstormers. So hopefully he gets back in the groove here pretty soon. But last time it was Martinez, 7 innings, and he threw 118 pitches, I do believe, in that victory. It was a, I think, 9-3 win for Kitchener up in Kitchener last time. So they're facing a really, really good pitcher tonight.
Yeah, they've seen some really good pitching over the last 2 weeks. And I think our hitters have matured a bit too, and they've improved in their hitting. So we'll see what happens. We talk every week about the Barnstormers are a young team, really just starting to get to know each other, let alone the opposition. And it's a work in progress, and we see improvement every time we see them play.
As you mentioned, the hitters are starting to kind of gel and find their game and find everybody else's game and work together. But you look down that lineup, 1-9 for the Barnstormers, and there is not an easy out. Following this team all this year, there's not an easy out if you go up and down the lineup, which is good to see.
Well, it really is, and some of them are now established a position for themselves, and are becoming regulars in certain positions, and I think they feel more comfortable. For instance, if you're a second baseman, it's good to know who your shortstop is on a regular basis, and you get to know the habits of the person you're playing beside.
As the starting lineup being announced, public address announcer Jeff Hoffman bringing the Barnstormers onto the field as we're just a few more minutes away from the opening pitch here at Fergie Jenkins Field. A warm and muggy night. Where have we heard this before? It's been about a week straight where we have seen this kind of weather, and I don't think we've seen this before on game nights. Those flags out in center field, all three of those flags, they're not moving at all.
Oh, they're limp. There will not be a wind factor tonight.
There will not be. So we'll see how this muggy air will maybe contain the ball a little bit more tonight. Against the pitchers tonight, Brock Whitson for the Barnstormers, Yadian Martinez for the Kitchener Panthers. Barnstormers 5-9, good enough for 7th spot in the IBL. And Kitchener kind of bringing up the rear right now. 3-11 is where they are in 9th spot. But again, way too early to start making predictions on who's going to finish where. It's going to be an exciting season top to bottom.
Yep, we have 42 games to play, and we'll see where that takes us.
Getting close to game time. Very muggy, 28 Celsius right now, 82 Fahrenheit. That's Humidex on top of that, making it feel like 38 Celsius right now, or 100 Fahrenheit. As we're close to game time again, we'll follow the other games tonight. Toronto's in Hamilton, Welland is in London, and more games going on tomorrow as well, including right here at Fergie Jenkins Field, where Brantford will be in town for a 7:05 start. With the Barnstormers and Kitchener Panthers as we get ready for O Canada before this game.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see the rise, the true north strong and free, from far and wide. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Mike Renge along with Ed Myers. Spotted Friday night. Peter Cobb on field. Weston Brad, your producers. Dan Dominguez, our statistician. All bringing you Barnstormer Baseball here tonight, wherever you're peering in. Glad you are here. John Thompson is your home plate umpire. Stephen Gomez at first. And Katrina Kadot over at third. Your three umpires as we get ready to go. And Captain America's done his business out there, I suppose. The man who does it all for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers and the man who is responsible for this franchise being here, Dom Donnell.
He is everywhere you look. He's in the middle of everything that happens here, and he's done a great job promoting this Barnstormer team, and the people of Chatham have responded. Chatham-Kent, I should say.
All of CK and another very, very good crowd here tonight. This guy kind of looked ominous about an hour and a half before game time. Just didn't know. And you never know with this heat and humidity what it's going to do in the summer here in CK. But things have really cleared up pretty nice. So I think we're going to be A-okay with the weather tonight.
Fans are slow coming in. They've sort of established a pattern where they usually here about an hour before the game. And they were slow getting here tonight. But they filled in nicely in the last 20 minutes, a half hour.
Starting lineup for the Kitchener Panthers tonight, Spencer Ross will lead things off here in a moment. He's your second baseman. Stephen Whalen is at shortstop. Raul Gonzalez bats third. He is at third base. Junior Ibarra, he's your catcher, batting cleanup. Nolan Misa, your fifth batter for Kitchener. He's at first base. DH, Sean Skrupski, batting sixth. Seventh is Jaden Kemp out in center field. Your left fielder, Alessandro Straz. And Yadian Martinez is starting pitcher for the Kitchener Panthers. So we'll see him coming up in a few minutes when the Barnstormers are up. So first off here tonight, leadoff batter for the Panthers, coming in at 3-11 on this young campaign. Still lots of time to turn it around, is Spencer Ross, as he will face Brock Whitson. Your starting pitcher tonight for the Barnstormers. Is he set? And to kick off the ball game, it is on the outside corner, strike one, as we begin at 7:37 Eastern Time. Again, no wind at all to speak of, 28 Celsius, and the humid exit 38. Here at Fergie Jenkins Field on Tweedsmuir and Chatham. Whitson's second pitch tonight, swing and a miss, good movement, north to south, and quickly on Ross, he's up, no balls, two strikes. Whitson ready in the 0-2, just missing the outside part of the plate, and unable to hang on to that one was Fukuda.
Been around the plate with 3 pitches so far. That's a good sign.
Whitson's third game that he started this season, 7th game overall for the local young man. He's ready. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and nice movement, just again missing the inside part of the plate. Thought he had him.
I think that one went around the plate, if I were a betting man.
Probably right. Probably win a little bit on that one. So 2 balls, 2 strikes on the leadoff hitter, Spencer Ross, second baseman for Kitchener. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and a bouncer foul off to the left-hand side. Stays alive in the batter's box. Good battle between batter and pitcher here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Stephen Whalen on deck, and Raul Gonzalez. First 3 up to the plate here for the Kitchener Panthers. Whitson ready again. And the 2-2 pitch. This one trails outside. Slider misses the mark. And now Ross has battled back from being down 0-2. And the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and a bouncer left-hand side. That's a fair ball inside the line into left field. And that's going to be a long single for Spencer Ross, going over to cut it off and get it in quickly. Braxton Haggith. And that was a good battle. Spencer Ross, give him a lot of credit as he worked back from 0-2, made it a full count, and able just to get it inside the line.
Yep, threw a lot of strikes, changed his pitches, moved it in and out, and got a hit. I'd sooner see that than a walk.
Bring up the second batter of the inning here, Stephen Whalen, your shortstop for Kitchener this afternoon. First pitch swinging high in the air, left-hand side, chase for the baseball, but this will trail out of play, foul ball. So again, getting ahead of the hitter. Strike one for Brock Whitson.
We were talking about this last weekend. It seems the left fielder seems to run forever. A foul ball down the left field line. It just seems to be in no man's land.
A lot of territory to cover out there. Whalen coming in, pretty impressive 294 batting average. No home runs just yet, 4 driven in for the infielder for Kitchener. Here's the 0-1 coming inside, getting a piece of it. And no balls and 2 strikes for the second straight hitter to start off this ball game. So
Whalen sets up really well. He just looks like a hitter standing in there. He covers the plate well. Weight is well distributed on his back foot. It looks like he's ready for pretty much anything.
Whitson looks over to first. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on 3 pitches. Nice fastball inside part of the plate. And Whalen could not catch up. So nice bounce back batter there. 1 on, 1 out. Certainly get to the power part of the lineup here for the Panthers. Raul Gonzalez stepping in. He's your third baseman tonight. Gonzalez, 218 batting average. He's got a couple of home runs so far in this early part of the season. Takes the first pitch just outside, not missing by much. Called outside, ball 1.
He's been throwing free and easy so far tonight, and that's a good sign. Ball's been moving a bit.
Here's the 1-0 pitch sent to center field. Right there to make the call, right into the glove of the center fielder for the Barnstormers, Lee Casera. No problem at all. 2 out now on the top of the first. And Ross goes back to first base. So a couple of quick outs after that long at-bat to kick off the ball game from Spencer Ross. And here's even more power now up for the Panthers. Junior Ibarra, your catcher, batting cleanup.
Ibarra is rated as one of the top catchers in Cuba, and he's played in Kitchener. I think this is his 2nd year.
Lots of power. Just 1 has left the yard for him so far this season. Now throw to first, trying to get a pickoff down at first base. Strong had to pick that one out of the dirt, and Ross gets back there in plenty of time. And Ibarra up 2 balls and no strikes.
We were noticing the Panda has his own T-shirts circulating around tonight. Interesting.
Seen a couple already out there. The most popular player on this Barnstormer team here. Here's a ground ball to third base. Picked up, firing across the diamond. Now it's wide, and that pulls Strong off of the first base bag. Could not recover. So the Panthers now have runners at first and second. We hope that Seth Strong's okay. He took a little bit to get up, and now he's walking a little gingerly behind the first base bag. And now he's stretching it out a little bit. So offline throw as Jalen Butcher's your third baseman now. He wasn't in the original starting lineup. He was actually a late add as Torin Vasilinek was scratched out. Butcher starts at third base now, and he just didn't have the greatest throw across the diamond.
Didn't throw it. He aimed it.
That's a good way to put it.
That's what you try to teach him. You run with the ball toward first base, let it go.
And now 2 on and 2 out. Obviously an error against Butcher at third. Olin Misa now up. Your first baseman for Kitchener this afternoon. Here's the pitch from Whitson, and this one fouled off to the right-hand side. So once again, Whitson doing a good job early on in this game, getting ahead of the hitters. Nicely ahead here. No balls and 2 strikes. Ross at second. Barr at first. 2 men down. Trying to finish off the inning here. Whitson looks back at second. Here is the pitch, just missing the outside corner once again. He's been trying to nibble and get that sliver of the outside part of the plate.
Good
Hasn't been
pitch.
getting the call.
2 strikes, yep. Just a little outside.
Whitson once again, quick look back. 2 looks back to second. 3 looks back to second. And now ready for the 1-2 pitch, just getting a little bit off the inside part of the bat towards his hands, and the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Good point you made, too, about the looks. Our pitchers, early part of the year, were just looking once and throwing to the plate. Lots of stealing was taking place on pitchers. The 3 looks means it's obviously been addressed.
Serious to keep him back there. Moderate lead, I'd say, at second by Ross. Here's the 1-2 pitch again. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Whitson as Misa goes down. No damage done. 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 men left as we go to the bottom of the first. We're scoreless between the Kitchener Panthers and Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. You are watching Barnstormer Baseball presented by Kent and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Hi, I'm MJ here at the Fergie Jenkins Field, and I'm going to interview Steve.
How you doing?
Steve, what is your role here at the ballpark?
We are one of the cookers, barbecued hot dogs, hamburgers, fries. Our hot dogs are all beef from Shinkles in Chatham, and we started doing cheeseburgers, and we just try to keep everything going. We can always use volunteers too.
How many volunteers do you have at the moment?
I think today's count is probably 40. Our total's over, I think it's over 90, but you know, everybody can't come all the time, and it's nice when someone does.
We sure appreciate your effort here, and now I don't have to tell you to get a snack. Back to the ball game.
Bottom of the first here at Fergie Jenkins Field. It is a scoreless tie between Kitchener and Chatham-Kent as Spencer Marcus strolls in to lead things off with the Barnstormers against Yadian Martinez. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers and the rest of the crew up here at Fergie Jenkins Field. And the first pitch from Martinez set to center field. A fairway center fielder going back to the edge of the track. Leaps and he hangs on. What a catch out in center field. A great job, Alessandro. Pardon me, that's Jaden Kemp, your center fielder for Kitchener. Alessandro Strauss playing left tonight. But Kemp going back, he had a good beat on it. And even with the stumble, able to hang on.
Yep, ball was hit on the nose, straightaway center. That's that alley between those 2 trees we keep talking about. The ball's hit straight away.
First pitch just outside Lee Kucera. The Barnstormers center fielder batting second here tonight. And he's got some family, as you mentioned, Ed, in the stands.
Yep. Lee represents the 3rd generation of playing baseball in Chatham with the Kucera family. Rick, his dad, they coached him and also coached him in basketball in high school. He's a very good athlete, as is his mother.
Comes from a long line of gifted athletes in that family. Bill ahead 2 balls and 1 strike. Lee Kucera against Yadian Martinez, his 5th start for Kitchener this season. Takes a little bit off that off-speed pitch, and Kucera didn't time that one.
We mentioned before he has 2 twin sisters who played professional basketball in Europe. They played in Portugal last year, and they're going back again this year.
Slider tails outside. He has worked the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Lee Kucera. .269 batting average coming into tonight. And swing and a miss. Nice pitch from Martinez. And Casera strikes out. So quickly 2 out for the Barnstormers. And here comes the Panda.
Last pitch could have been a splitter. It went down in a hurry. Couldn't really tell from here.
Good movement. Here's Seth Strong, leading the team in batting average, leading the team in quite a bit here offensively. 385 for Seth. 7 home runs, 16 RBIs in this young campaign. And the first pitch from Martinez, a little bit too far outside. Ball 1. One-oh pitch, skied in the air, shallow left center field. And camping under this one, a fielder for the Kitchener Panthers, there's Strauss, and he'll end the bottom of the first. So that was a quick one for the Barnstormers, 3 up, 3 down, as we will go to the second inning. Still scoreless between the Panthers and Barnstormers. And tonight brought to you by our good friends at Kent and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Whether you're commercial, industrial, or residential, Enyo Pest Advisors are here with passion and integrity to help. Call us for a no-obligation quote today, 226-627-4944. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Every family, every asset, every business we insure is a chapter in our story. We listen with open hearts, understanding that behind every insurance policy is a unique narrative. It's not just about numbers, it's about your dreams, your aspirations, your life. We take over your risks so you can live life to the fullest. Because we're not just some insurance people behind a desk, we're part of a community that has your back.
Top of the second inning here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers. Glad you're here on this Friday night. A warm and steamy one once again here in CK. And before the first pitch of the inning, if there's an issue with the back of the mound here.
Rosenberg, distracting the batter. I'm not sure how valid that is, but it's a rule. Or an agreement, I guess, not a rule.
Everyone's happy now. Sean Skorupski, your designated hitter for Kitchener, leads things off. Top second. Here's Whitson's first pitch of the inning. Nice job, swing and a miss. Fooling Skorupski. Good first inning for Whitson. A couple of Ks so far early in this one. This one fouled back above us and behind us. Once again, what Winston's doing a great job early on in this game. He's getting right ahead of these hitters. There's been a lot of 0-2 counts so far.
A lot to be said. I'd say we've been talking about it. Seems like nonstop. Throwing strikes is so important.
Here's the 0-2 pitch, and this one sent the other way to right, pretty deep. It is back, and it is gone. A home run the opposite field for Sean Skorupski on an 0-2 pitch. And the Kitchener Panthers have an early lead as that one went way over in right field, over the field house. It's 1-0 for Kitchener.
Yeah, I think he meant to throw that pitch a little further outside. He got it sort of over the outside corner, and he went with the pitch and got enough of it to put it over that short porch in right field. I think you're going to see as the year goes on, our waste pitches are going to be more inside than outside the right-handed batters, because any mistake you might make is going to go to that right field.
There's another one skied. This one not nearly as deep. Center field moving over, making the catch is Lee Casera. And that retires Jaden Kemp for the first out of this top of the second inning. I'll bring up Alessandro Strass, left fielder here tonight.
Talked before, but from the right field line to the end of the field house, that line of the fence goes very acutely to right center. Ball down the right field line can disappear in a hurry.
1-0 Kitchener. One out here in the second. This one trails outside. And 1 ball and no strike on Strass. Here's the 1-0. Again, this one trails outside and in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes. This time it's on the other direction. 3 balls and no strikes. First time of the evening that Whitson's been in a bit of trouble here with the count. Goes back to the rosin. Long home run from Sean Skorupski. Kick off this top of the second. 1-0 for the Panthers. Whitson looks in. Here's the 3-0 pitch. That one finds the middle of the plate. 3-1.
Only the second game for the Skorupskis this year.
And with that home run, long home run to right, I'm sure he's going to vouch for some more at-bats here pretty soon. This one's sent to right field once again, not nearly as deep. And getting under it, making the catch, Spencer Marcus, your right fielder tonight. 2 down. Games tonight in the IBL. Keep an eye on the other ones going on out of town. Toronto's in Hamilton. Welland is in London. Great start for the year for the Jackfish. And a good start, too, for London at Labatt Park. So we'll follow those 2 games out of town. Inning in 2/3 for Whitson. This one skied off to the other side, left field, and this will again trail out of play on top of the batting cage. Resting on the netting over there. 1 ball and 1 strike. First to 2 here this weekend at Fergie Jenkins Field. Brantford's here tomorrow night for a 7 o'clock game. This one catches the inside part of the plate. Nice pitch from Brock Whitson. Now he is once again ahead of the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And did he go around? Yes, he did. He went a little bit too far. Whitson strikes him out. So no further damage in the top of the second inning. That home run. And no further damage. We go to the bottom of the second inning. The Kitchener Panthers with a 1-0 lead on the Barnstormers. You are watching Barnstormer Baseball, presented by Kent and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Hi, it's MJ here at the ballpark, and I'm introducing one of our connected to any superheroes ever in your life?
I've had the nickname Batman at a place I used to work at. And the reason I got the name Batman was we had a bat in our office, and it was my job to get the bat safely out of the office without killing it, and I did it.
That's the way to go, Batman. And Graham, why are you here? Do you have any connection with the team?
My son is number 10, Greg Kemble, one of the catchers.
Did you coach him or anything in your lifetime, sir?
I coached him when he was in Mosquito and in Pee Wee, and then he and I actually coached together in Corunna the last 3 years for 18U.
Thanks so much, and don't forget to get yourself a snack or a beer before you go back to the stands.
Thank you.
Back to the ballpark.
Bottom of the second here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Barnstormers now trailing 1-0 to the Kitchener Panthers as Dan Battelle starts off this bottom of the second. Takes the first pitch well outside. Ball one. Home run for Kitchener early on in this top of the second. That's the scoring so far. Battelle takes this one a little bit low, and he's ahead of the count at 2 balls and no strikes. Battelle with a .275 batting average coming in. No home runs yet, 5 driven in. He swings at that one out of the strike zone.
Pitcher's turning the ball over and throwing the splitter, and he's doing a lot of things to create a lot of ball movement with the pitches. That looked like a little Scroogey action on that one.
2-1 pitch. Once again, some good movement. Once again, second straight pitch, fooling Battelle. And now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 5th start of the season for Martinez. 1-1 record coming into tonight. Here's his 2-2 pitch. Again, a little bit outside, but
Protecting the plate. Probably 3 pitches in a row to the exact spot.
that time he was able to get a little bit of lumber on it. 2-2 the count. Here's the pitch, and this one catches the inside part of the plate. He struck him out. Battelle caught looking.
Good pitching. Throw 3 balls to the outside. You get him leaning over the plate. You throw the next one right inside at his knees, and he throws him.
Second baseman Robert Mackey now strolls in. Mackey having a nice resurgence at the plate the last handful of games. He swings and misses at his first pitch. Strike 1, but he comes in with the 4th best batting average on the team at .333. Last weekend, really good at the plate for Mackey. Once again, excellent movement from that pitch from Martinez. And Mackey down to the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Anthony Polowick on deck. He's your DH tonight. And outside. Junior Ibarra, his battery mates. Follow-up pitch, 1-2 pitch. This one fouled off the left-hand side.
Mackey got his hits last weekend, and we were talking after the game. We're going to use the phrase, and Mackey is back in town, but we figured we're too old to use that because people would know who Bobby Deeren was.
I've heard of him. Swing and a miss. He is down on strikes. Robert Mackey goes down. So back-to-back strikeouts. I know who Bobby Deeren is.
Oh, good.
I do know who he is. I know his music. Some of his music, anyway. Back-to-back Ks, Battelle, Mackey, and now this brings up Anthony Polowick, designated hitter from the left-hand side tonight. 3 strikeouts already in an inning and 2/3 from Yadier Martinez. First pitch to Polowick, misses the outside part of the plate. 1 ball and no strikes.
Barra was moving the center fielder over, shading to left center field.
Another pitch outside. Polowick being patient, up 2 balls and no strikes. .348 batting average for Polowick coming into tonight. It's 3rd best on the team.
If you think about it, you're warmer. If you don't think about it.
2-0 pitch, chopped right back to the mound. Picked up by Martinez, lobs it over to first, and another 3 up, 3 down. That's 6 up and 6 down to start off this ball game for Yadier Martinez. And we've played 2 complete here at Fergie Jenkins Field. It remains Kitchener 1 and Chatham-Kent no score. To the third we go. We'll be back with it in just a moment. You're watching Barnstormers Baseball, presented by Kent and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Top 3 here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Mike Grenier along with Ed Myers, Peter Cobb on field level. Wes and Brad, your producers, Dan Dominguez, your statistician, all here on this Friday night. And we're back to the top of the order here for the Kitchener Panthers, leading the Barnstormers 1-0. And Spencer Ross will stride in here for the second time tonight. He had a good at-bat to lead off this ball game, top of the first against Brock Whitson. Down 0-2, he was able to battle back to make the count full, and he got a single to left.
Adding a respectable 316 coming into the game tonight.
Whitson ready, and we're underway with the third inning. First pitch swinging in on the hands, popped up. Is there enough room? No, there's not. It actually hits right above us. Fouled back, strike 1 to start off this third inning. One run, 2 hits, no errors for Kitchener. No runs, no hits, and an error so far for Chatham-Kent. Here's Whitson with the look in. And the pitch hits the dirt.
Breaking news, the flags are moving in left center field.
A little bit of a breeze.
A little wet, right over the Tim Horton sign. We're seeing movement.
Anything helps on a night like tonight. Normally this booth's actually been pretty good on some hot nights around here, but right now we're feeling the humidity for sure. Any breeze will be all right. Here's the pitch from Whitson. This one trails outside and low.
Welcome to the sunny Southwest.
It's late June here in Chatham-Kent. No real threat of rain by the looks of it from the radar here, so hopefully that will continue to be the case for the next couple of hours. This pitch hits the outside part of the plate. And 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count evened up. Spencer Ross, Stephen Whalen, and Raul Gonzalez up here in the top of the third for Kitchener. Whitson ready. And the 2-2 pitch is outside. Trails just outside of the zone. This fills up the count. So deja vu, same spot to where Ross was top of the first inning.
I think he's got to start coming inside to him. He's protecting the plate on all outside pitches. If he comes inside, he might freeze him.
Here's the 3-2 pitch, and this one golf to short. Little mini pop-up. This is off the ground. So a put out across the diamond. That's a 6-3 put out for the Barnstormers. From Battelle over to Strong. 1 up and 1 down. So a 1 for 2 night so far for Spencer Strong as he grounds out. And this will bring up the shortstop Stephen Whalen for the Panthers. Whalen striking out in the first. This one first pitch swinging once again, opposite side, and well foul along the left-hand side. No balls and 1 strike. The 0-1 line to second base and caught. Nice defensive play moving over Robert Mackey. He saw that one all the way. Nice defensive effort there for Mackey. So now quickly 2 down for Kitchener. And this will bring up Raul Gonzalez, 0 for 1 in this game so far. Junior Ibarra on deck. Whitson trying to keep him there for the time being. This one well outside and comes back to the backstop. Nobody on base, so no foul, no ball, or 1 ball and no strikes on Raul Gonzalez. Ibarra on deck. 1-0 Panthers. Here's a 1 ball, no strike pitch. Again, this one trails outside. 2-0. 2-0 pitch from Whitson. This one in on the hands and fouled off to the left-hand side. Only seeing 1 coach out there this afternoon for the Kitchener Panthers. On the first base side.
There's 1 and 3rd.
It's over there. Just never mind then. Line drive to center field. That's what I meant to say, and that's easily caught in for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers as Spencer Marcus will end the top of the 3rd here for Kitchener. 3 up, 3 down. I'm going to get some new glasses. It's okay. 1-0 Panthers over the Barnstormers as CK comes to bat bottom 3 in just a moment. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball presented by Kent and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Bottom 3 here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Braxton Haggith will lead things off for the Barnstormers, trying to get on the board, down 1-0 to the Kitchener Panthers. Haggith, your left fielder tonight for Chatham-Kent. First pitch to him does hit the outside part of the plate. Maybe good framing job there by the catcher for Kitchener. Junior Ibarra back there for the Panthers. Here's the 1 strike pitch. That one is considerably more outside. Does not get the call. 1-1. Haggith, Fukuda, Butcher, your 7-8-9 hitters for Chatham-Kent. This one, it's the inside part of the plate. Looks like Braxton Haggith is in on the plate a fair bit, so he looks like he flinched from that last pitch, but still caught the plate. 1-2. Here is the pitch, and does he go around? Now the catcher doesn't know where the ball is, so he throws down and completes the strikeout. So Haggith down on strikes. And that is strikeout number 4, I do believe, so far in this early game for Martinez. Suki Fukuda, the catcher tonight for the Barnstormers, getting the start behind the plate. 9th game of the season for the catcher, and this one first pitch swinging, a bouncer to third, long throw over, right on target. So 1 pitch, and Fukuda retired. So the pitch count probably quite good so far here tonight for Yadian Martinez of the Kitchener Panthers. 2 down into the 3rd inning here at Fergie Jenkins Field.
His 9th batter that he's faced in 3 innings. He's throwing ball where he wants to throw it. Been very effective.
Statistician Dan Dominguez saying 28 pitches is all that he's thrown so far. Pitch number 29 hits the strike zone. Strike 1, Jalen Butcher, your number 9 hitter tonight. Late addition in the starting lineup, playing third base. But he's in there tonight.
Jalen had a big hit against Barrie last Saturday. We thought he'd be the first guy we saw hit the ball over the left field fence. He hit the fence, but didn't quite get over.
Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Count on Jalen Butcher. Yadian Martinez dealing early in this ball game. Here's the 1-2 again, off-speed pitch, swing and a miss. Another strikeout. 1 time through the order. 9 up, 9 down for the Barnstormers. 5 of those are strikeouts. To the 4th we go. It's a 1-0 lead for Kitchener over Chatham-Kent. Back with the 4th in a moment. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball, presented by Kent & Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Top 4 here at Fergie Jenkins Field. 1-0 for the Kitchener Panthers over the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers. And first pitch is a strike. Brock Whitson, both starting pitchers quite efficient so far. That was pitch number 45 in the night. 30 of them strikes for Whitson. Follows this one up, a swing and a miss. Another count where he's up, no balls and 2 strikes.
Slinging the ball nicely.
He is.
Not forcing anything, just letting her go.
Yunir Ibarra, your cleanup hitter for Kitchener. Reaching base in the top of the 1st on an error at 3rd. Where he was stranded. Whitson trying to get him here. 0-2 count. And this one framed for the outside part of the plate, just missing out. According to John Thompson, your home plate umpire here tonight. Flags now getting a little bit more work. Breeze is going up a little bit here tonight. Here's Whitson's pitch. This one trails outside again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ibarra, Misa, and Skorupski, who homered for the game's only run. Your 4, 5, and 6 hitters for Kitchener in this inning. Here's the pitch, line to third, over top of the head of the third baseman into left field. That will be a base hit to left. Over top of the third baseman Butcher's head by quite a bit, by a few feet. So a leadoff single for Junior Ibarra here in this top of the 4th. I'll bring up Nolan Misa. It's your first baseman for Kitchener. First time up, he struck out. Ending off the top of the 1st. Here's his first pitch from Whitson. This one skied high in the air to straightaway center field. Shading over to his right, camping under it, and making the catch is Lee Crisera. For the first out here at the top of the 4th. And retreating back is Ibarra back to first base. John Skorupski, your designated hitter, batting 6th. And he is responsible for the game's only run so far as he hit one deep to right field. He went the other way. He did not miss that. He cleared the field house.
Yep, 2-strike pitch. It was a ball. He protected the plate and made contact, and he hit it over the short porch in right field for the 1 run.
Hasn't seen much time in this Panthers team this season. Relishing the moment that he does get. Made the most of that at bat last time. 1-0 Panthers. 1-0 is the count from Whitson. Here is the pitch, trying to get that outside part of the plate, and nobody here at Fergie Field can buy into that call. Apparently outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Ibarra at first, 1 out. Here's the 2-0, swing and a miss. It's pitched there from Whitson. The other Skorupski is next. JD, your 7th hitter in the lineup for Kitchener. It's Kemp and Straz. Two-one the count from Whitson, and here's the pitch. This one off the end of the bat, off to the other side. And well foul, so the count now evened up, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Whitson taking a long look in. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Did he go around? Check swing. And the home plate umpire will make the call. He did go around, strike 3, and a strikeout for Whitson with 2 down.
Good pitch. That was a sharp breaking pitch. And say the big difference in Whitson so far this year is he's letting the ball go. He's throwing free and easy. He's letting his fastball fly. He's not aiming it. He was earlier. By letting his breaking pitch go, they follow their own path, and he seems to be doing that tonight, doing a good job.
Swing and a miss. One Skorupski down in this 4th inning. Here's the other one, Justin Skorupski. In the 7th hole tonight for Kitchener. Flew out to center field his first time up in the 2nd inning. Whitson ahead of the count. The 0-1. This one outside a little bit. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the 1-1. This one hit pretty well. Left center field in the gap and moving over, leaping over the head of the left fielder for the Barnstormers, Braxton Haggith. This is likely going to bring a run in. Now the relay to third goes a little bit wide. And that will score Ibarra all the way from first. And the Panthers have extended their lead. It's now a 2-0 lead and an RBI triple for Justin Skorupski.
He hit that one to the absolute furthest part of the ballpark. Right under the scoreboard in left center field is by far the deepest part of this ballpark. It juts out in a hurry, and the left fielder could not outrun the ball.
So both Skorupski's responsible for the runs for Kitchener here tonight. Sean with a home run to right. And now an RBI triple for Justin Skorupski. Jaden Kemp now striding in. And the number 8 hole for the Kitchener Panthers, taking a first pitch in for a strike. Once again, Whitson gets ahead of the count. Two down, runner at third. Quick look over there from the pitcher. Now the pitch from Whitson. Nice swing and a miss. Got some great movement on his pitches here tonight.
Yeah, sharp breaking balls, a slider or curveball. It's a slurve.
Nicely ahead once again, as he's been a number of times tonight. No balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, and sent to center field straight away. And camping under it, making the catch again, Lee Kucera. And that will do it for the top of the 4th inning. Another run, RBI triple for Justin Skorupski. And that extends the Panthers' lead to 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the inning. You're watching Chatham-Kent Barnstormer Baseball, presented by Ken and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Hi, I'm MJ here at the ballpark, and I'm about to interview one of our super fans, Rod. Rod, what brings you to the game?
My bonus son, or stepson, Trent Sillett, is our first baseman most of the games tonight. He's taking a night off tonight, but he's having a good time on the bench, learning a few things, and see him back in the game tomorrow night.
Thanks, Rod. And what is your favorite memory to do with sports?
Oh, geez. There's so many things. But really, when Trent was in the Ontario Baseball Championships 2018 was phenomenal. He actually came in from first base in to be a relief pitcher, and he was phenomenal. We won the gold medal and went home very happy that night.
Rod, thank you so much. And don't forget to get you a beer, a snack at the concession stand before you leave.
Certainly will. Thanks for having us. Go Chatham. Let's go Barnstormers.
Back to Barnstormers baseball.
Bottom 4 underway here at Fergie Jenkins Field. It's a 2-0 lead for the Kitchener Panthers over the Barnstormers. And Spencer Marcus leads things off. We're back to the top of the lineup for Chatham-Kent. 9 up, 9 down so far for Martinez. Swing and a miss.
Everyone's had a chance to see him once. We'll see what happens the second time through the lineup.
5 out of the 9 have struck out, so a dominant first 3 innings for Yadian Martinez. Goes to work once again, misses the outside part of the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pardon me, 1-2 the count. And the 1-2 pitch sent the other way to second base. Nice sliding stop over to first. And a good play on defense there for Spencer Ross, your second baseman. Flips it over to first. 10 in a row retired by Martinez. 1 out in the 4th inning.
So a lot of strikes. The ratio that pitchers strive for is 2 strikes for every 1 ball. I'm sure he'd be very close to that.
Lee Kucera strides in. Second time tonight. First pitch lit inside, ball 1 on the center fielder for the Barnstormers.
Are these like the pitchers that are at bases?
After the 4-3 put out on Marcus, Lee Kucera struck out top first. 1 of 5 so far for the Kitchener pitcher, who's had a great performance early on here tonight. This one fouled off the hands of Lee Kucera.
he's had trouble with his pitcher. The ball seems to be getting on top of him before he can decide whether he's going to swing or not. Second time that's happened to him.
Well, 20's first base right now. Yeah. And then
Here's the 1-2 pitch. This one bounces in and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Seth Strong waiting on deck. And if we get that far, Dan Patel. Here's the 2-2. This one up the middle on a multi-bouncer. High hop. Shortstop to first, and that's going to be an infield hit as the throw from short pulls the first baseman off the mark there. As Misa had to leap for that one. And Casera beats that one out. So that is hit number 1 of the Barnstormers for tonight. Bottom 4, trailing 2-0. And here comes the Panda, Seth Strong, striding in. Strong went the other way, flew out to left field first time up to round out the first inning. He's got one man on, makes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Bottom 4 for the Barnstormers, down 2-0. Still plenty of time. And a good man to have up here at the plate. Here's Strong, gets a good whack at this one on a 1-0 pitch, fouls it straight back. 1 ball and 1 strike.
We've said before, when he swings, he gets his money's worth.
Absolutely.
There's no doubt. He's not hesitating when he swings.
Swinging for the fences quite often.
And like, do you want some popcorn? I'm like, she let me have some of hers.
And leading the team, 7 home runs and 16 RBIs coming into tonight. Here's the 1-1. Just want to get a little bit inside as he'll foul it off to the right-hand side. And once again, your pitcher Martinez getting ahead of the count. He's been doing that all night. Being very efficient with his pitches. 1 ball and 2 strikes here to Seth Strong.
I like the new one that's
Breeze is picked up in the last inning or so. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and now swatted at up the middle. Shortstop, and it's through his legs into center field. That's going to be an E6, and 2 on for the Barnstormers as Casera comes to third base. However you can get on, doesn't really matter, and Seth will take that one.
We'll take it for sure. Maybe this will stir up a little rally.
And take advantage of these situations here. So an infield hit for Casera. That's going to be an error on the shortstop, Stephen Whalen. That'll allow Casera to come all the way to third, and now a great chance here for Dan Patel. Playing shortstop tonight, batting cleanup. Runner in scoring position, 2 on overall. Only 1 man out. This one trails outside. 1 ball and no strikes.
Bear is very good at framing pitches. Moves his feet and his body, and he's always pulling the ball to the plate. Go to the playing manager. You watch him move all the fielders after every pitch. He's communicating with other players on the field.
Hi, Lefty. How are you?
1-0 pitch in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes. Patel striking out. Start off the second inning. A good opportunity here for the Barnstormers to claw back into this one. Kitchener 2, Chatham-Kent no score. Bottom 4. On a warm but otherwise pretty pleasant Friday night. First to 2 here at Fergie Field this weekend. This one right back up the middle, and this will get through for a base hit. That will score 1 on his horse to third. In there is Strong. Now the throw back to second. Safe at second. The Barnstormers with 2 on and still 1 out. 1 run in. It's 2-1 Kitchener. So probably is an RBI single, and then he'll take second on the throw for Dan Patel.
Just one little break, and things started happening, and sometimes that's all it takes. And again, he got through the Barnstormer order once, and they had a chance to see him, and he's a very effective pitcher. Throws a lot of strikes, and he has the ball moves quite a bit. Difficult to hit at this point in time.
So Casera with an infield hit. Seth Strong reaching on an error and an RBI single for Patel. He's now at second base. Strong moves to third, so 2 runners in scoring position. Now a conference at the mound here for Kitchener. And this will allow us, Ed, maybe to tee up this golf tournament for the Barnstormers, their very first annual, along with CMBA. That's coming up at Willow Ridge, July 23rd. So that's coming up before we know it.
Yeah, there's a lot of golf tournaments coming up, and we're into the summer. And I was speaking to Dennis Schultz before the game. He said there's some room. You can certainly still get involved and contact the Minor Baseball or the Barnstormers to get your foursome together.
July 23rd, Willow Ridge and Blenheim with the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers and Chatham Minor Baseball Association. Barnstormers have something cooking here. Bottom 4, they've scored 1. They now still trail, but only by 1 run now. Here's Robert Mackey. Second and third, 1 out, swing and a miss. His eyes were pretty huge on that one, but can't make contact with that pitch. Yadian Martinez, finally the Barnstormers able to get to him a little bit. Tying run and set strong. 90 feet away at third. This one trailing outside, the slider outside and away.
Really have to stay on his pitches. They all move, and they all move in different directions. And you give up or think a ball's going to be over the plate, you better stick with it. You're going to be fooled.
Mackey with a 1-1 count. And this one waved at and missed again. You're right again.
Slider action, yeah. Hard slider. He committed, and the ball was probably 1.5 feet out by the time it went over the plate, or didn't go over the plate.
Seth Strong at third, Battelle at second. Lee Cusera has come in with the Barnstormers' first run of the night. And 1-2 on Mackey. Here's the pitch from Martinez. This one again in the dirt.
Time to spread that stance out, choke the bat up a little bit, and look to the right side of the infield. Ground ball to the right side is most likely to score a run at third.
Hollowick waiting on deck, looking to get his turn in this inning.
The most recently I've seen him is in a pipe for them. Freaking
Martinez looks in, now looks back to second.
I haven't been on this one.
And the pitch, this one going to right for a base hit. Ed Myers is clairvoyant. He can see the future. We're tied. And now a play at the plate. He's safe at the plate. Play at second. Safe at second. Barnstormers running all over the place. And now they have taken a 3-2 lead on the Kitchener Panthers. On a hit the other way from Robert Mackey. He put it where you said to put it.
Well, that's all you can do with a good pitcher. You got to wait him out and go the other way for 2 reasons. One, you hit it to the right side of the infield. Second baseman is a little deeper than people on the left side. They always say if you want to score a run from third, you put it on the right side of the infield, and you hit the ball with some authority and hit it a single to right.
So now the Barnstormers have jumped on top 3-2. Not done yet. Here's Anthony Hollowick striding in. He gets a good cut at this one and fouls it off to the left-hand side. 3 runs in.
So I can't say that Mackey is back in town?
Yeah. You can say whatever you want. Ed Myers, you've earned it.
I'll have to tell him that, see what reaction I get.
Bobby Darin's music will come probably by the next inning or two. Our bumper music into commercial. Here's a line drive to right. It's going to be a fair ball into the corner. Another run will come in from second base. Hard to second, and he will be out at second, trying to stretch it into a double. Anthony Hollowick, but he drives in another run. That was a nice throw from right field, right on the money to second, cutting down Hollowick. But I think the Barnstormers will make that exchange gladly. Another RBI. And Hollowick makes it 4-2 for Chatham-Kent.
Really good recovery by the right fielder there. Looked like that he missed the ball and was going to run along the fence, but he recovered and made an excellent throw to second base. Excuse me, second base. Throw the runner out.
This one inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Braxton Haggith, your left fielder this evening for the Barnstormers. 4 across, nobody out. This one skied high in the air from Haggith, shallow left. And camping under it. That one seemed to be a little bit of an adventure. But Kemp makes the catch, and we're done. The bottom of the fourth. However, for the Barnstormers, it was a big inning. 4 runs come across, and they now lead the Kitchener Panthers 4-2. To the 5th inning we go. You're watching Chatham-Kent Barnstormer Baseball, presented by Ken & Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Got our mystery man, Straw.
Alessandro Strauss will stride in here as we are now to the top of the 5th at Fergie Jenkins Field. Mike Grenier along with Ed Myers. Now a lead for the Barnstormers at 4-2. 4th spot in the bottom of the 4th. And Strauss swings at the first pitch he is offered off to the left-hand side, well out of play.
Couldn't find Straws the first time up, and apparently he's a junior. That's moved up for tonight's game.
2, I believe, juniors in the lineup tonight for the Panthers. 0-1. This one is sent to left center field. Long run for both outfielders. It splits them, and this is going to be a double, stand-up double for Alessandro Strauss to begin the top of the 5th inning as he gets a good piece of that baseball, sends it the other way, and just split the outfielders.
Right up that alley again. It's quite a job to cut that off once you do catch up to the ball, because if you take a look, there's quite a distance from the left fielder to the scoreboard, and that's the left center field in this ballpark. And I say it's very asymmetric.
So after Chatham-Kent scores 4 in the bottom of the 4th, Panthers trying to get a little bit back here. Top 5. Back to the top of the order. Spencer Ross comes in 1 for 2.
Yeah, your mom's is convertible.
Last time up, grounded to shortstop.
Well, it's still yellow.
He's also singled. Did that to begin the ball game. Here's the pitch from Whitson right down Broadway. No balls and 1 strike.
Funny thing is, my dad used to have a red.
Superhero night at the ballpark. Brought to you by Nick Defense. We've seen some superhero costumes on this warm and very muggy Friday night.
Go to Dom's promotion.
And he played the part. Captain America's down there. I believe still in costume, if I'm not mistaken. Here's a bouncing ball to second. Picked up and fired off to first for the first out. Mackey to Strong. And that will move the runner to third base. So 1 out. And now a runner at third will bring up Stephen Whalen. Walk-up music as selected by Jeff Hopman for the visitors from Kitchener. I believe that was Kenny G. Nice relaxing sounds from Jeff. That one missing inside to Whalen, coming in 0-2 on this game so far, striking out in the first. And a soft line out to second his last time up. Here's the 1-0. This one trails outside from Whitson.
Just communicating with our stat guy, Dan, and tells me that Whitson has thrown 65 pitches and 45 for strikes. Now, what an improvement.
And for the top of the fifth, those are both very good
Tremendous,
numbers.
yeah, tremendous.
Runner at third to deal with, one out. Here's the 2-0 and sent the other way to third and through the legs and into left field. That will produce Kitchener's third run and an E5. That's a couple of times we've seen that happen for both sides here tonight. And Jalen Butcher again just wasn't able to field that one cleanly, went right through his wickets.
Just one of those things.
So an E5, that will place Whalen at first. Remains one out. Raul Gonzalez, number 3 hole. He's 0 for 2. First pitch from Whitson, good movement. And he gets the called first strike. No balls and a strike. Whalen with a very modest lead at first. Whitson doesn't seem terribly preoccupied with him. Here's the follow-up pitch. This one skied the center field straight away. And under it, making the catch, is Lee Casera. That's a big out. 2 outs now here, top 5. And here's the cleanup batter, Junior Ibarra, your catcher for the Kitchener Panthers. He's been on base twice. Error on Butcher in the first. Put him on base, and he's also singled. Did that last time up in the 4th inning. First pitch to Ibarra, ground ball right back to the pitcher. Nice job by Whitson. He's going to do it all himself. He'll take it over to the bag, and that will do it for the top of the 5th. 1 run in, and no further damage. Barnstormers still with the lead as we go bottom 5. 4-3 Chatham-Kent over Kitchener. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball presented by Canada Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Live. Hi, it's MJ here at the ballpark, and I'm interviewing Rick. Rick, what brings you to the ball game tonight?
Well, my grandson plays here, Eric Pettipiece, so I have to support the team.
I'm so glad you're here to support the team. What's your favorite memory in sports?
Well, my son, he's now a coach in San Jose. He played at Michigan. He had a full scholarship at Michigan, and he did well, played in the NHL, played in the American Hockey League, and now he's been coaching for the last few years.
That's pretty exciting record.
Brian's quite the player. Brian Wiseman, everybody knows Brian Wiseman here in town. So.
And I hear you provided refreshments for people here in town for a long time.
Oh, yes. I was, when I retired from the Army, I bought a Tim Horton franchise. I was with them for 41 years here in town. So I served a lot of coffee and donuts.
Okay, thanks a lot. And don't forget to get yourself a treat at the snack bar or something.
Okay, thank you very much. You have a good day.
Bottom of the 5th here at Fergie Jenkins Field. And Masuki Fukuda got it. 3rd time's a charm. Fukuda up the bat for the Barnstormers. Takes this one inside, and actually too far inside. Got a bit of his jersey. And the Barnstormers catcher will take first base. Didn't look like it got too much of him, but maybe just a little bit of that
That's
sweater.
Shirt, yep.
Yep. So the hit by pitch, he'll take it. And gets the base runner on to kick off this bottom of the fifth for Chatham-Kent. Number 9 hitter at third base, Jalen Butcher, gets a nice hand from the crowd here at Fergie Jenkins Field. It's the bunt, squares around, and takes it on the inside part of the plate, called strike one. Coming in quickly from third base, Raul Gonzalez.
We don't see many sacrifice bunts anymore, this league or any other league.
Here's the 0-1. This time he pulls the bat back, takes a full hack at it, and does not catch up to that one. So now Butcher in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes against Yadi and Martinez. Barnstormers able to finally get to him last inning. 4 runs across in the fourth, trying to get some more hurt on the pitcher. Here's one that trails outside.
I'm a Chevy.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Jalen Butcher, Spencer Marcus on deck as we will go to the top of the order.
They're fuel guzzling and just bad.
I don't think they're nice.
1 ball, 2 strikes. This one again outside and low in the dirt. And Butcher battling back to even up the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Butcher has power. We've seen him 2 or 3 times hit the ball. I said the longest ball we've seen off a right-handed batter this year was his double off the left field fence last Saturday.
Bakuda at first. Modest lead. And now this one, speaking of his power, he sends this one to center field. Long run for the center fielder. He stumbles, and it falls against the fence. This might have an RBI opportunity. Play at the plate. He is safe. And now the ball gets away, and Butcher goes down to third. An RBI double for Jalen Butcher. Bakuda scores, and it's 5-3 Chatham-Kent. He put a charge into that one. You're actually predicting a lot of good stuff here, Ed Myers.
Should go run out and get a lottery ticket in between innings. Yeah, he can hit for power, and he's had a couple of bad breaks in the field tonight, and that'll make up for a couple of mishaps for him, make him feel pretty good about tonight.
So RBI double, and he'll take third on an error.
Not sure if the center fielder fell or hit the fence.
I'm going to say both happened.
He went down, but it was hard to tell from here. So he hit the fence and then fell.
Fifth run across for the Barnstormers as they again further get to the starting pitcher, Yadi and Martinez for Kitchener. And Butcher standing at third. Still nobody out. A hit by pitch, RBI double. And this brings back up the top of the order Spencer Marcus, your right fielder. He wants to get on the hit and RBI parade. He's 0 for 2.
The dugouts are really close to the field. If I'm in that dugout, I'd be really paying attention. The ball comes out that bat, you don't have a lot of time.
Catcher's mask for everybody.
Oh, man.
Here's the 0-1. Line to left field. A base hit. Butcher scores. It's 6-3. Barnstormers, an RBI single for Spencer Marcus.
All you have to do is put the bat on the ball, and you got a curveball, and he waited it out, slapped the ball into left field. Simple game sometimes, right?
Simple sometimes.
And very complicated. So we said the other week, sometimes it's checkers and sometimes it's chess.
Many games, you'll see both. Here's Lee Caceres strutting in here, your center fielder. Quick throw over to first, and he got him on the pickoff attempt.
He was out.
And now there's some conversation going on, but trying to double up Spencer Marcus, and he is called out. So a quick throw over from Yadi and Martinez, and he gets pushed. He gets punched out trying to get back.
Just saw the replay. It's a tough call. We couldn't really see it. I thought he froze him, but I don't think he did. Just didn't get back.
So. Bit of a gift there for the Kitchener Panthers. They get a big out at first base. And Lee Caceres sends this one foul off to the right-hand side. That'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. That was a tough one as Marcus gets picked off at first. And now this one bounced to third. It remains fair. Picked up, quick toss across the diamond. And there's your second out with Gonzalez firing it across the diamond. So now, just like that, you've got 2 out and nobody on. Here's Seth Strong.
And that was a breeze that came through the screen 2 seconds ago.
Not that we've seen that very much today. That's a foreign feeling to us.
Oh, yeah. It's cooled off a little bit.
Heat and humidity wave has lasted close to a week now around here. As with most of the province, this one a shot to right field by Seth Strong, and it is gone! A home run for Seth Strong. And it's 7-3 for the Barnstormers. That one was a rocket, a line shot to right field. And the Panda gets his 8th round tripper of the season. Barnstormers lead by 4. That was a rope to right field, and we had to wait for the home run sign to make sure it got up enough.
Can't really see where the ball goes over the fence. It's a blind spot to us in a way. But he got all that one. That was a line drive right over the right field fence.
Not over the field house by any stretch of the imagination, but it still counts. Still a home run for Seth Strong. Yes, he definitely is a strong one. 7-3 now for Chatham-Kent. Dan Battelle. He had an RBI single last time up. That was last inning in the 4th.
I was thinking in my head, I'm like, I think that's a home run.
And now it plunks Patel right in the either small of the back or the backside.
Gluteus maximus, I believe.
Exactly there. So Patel will take his base. And things getting better here for the Barnstormers, going from bad to worse here for the Kitchener Panthers with Yadier Martinez. He had an incredible first 3 innings on the mound for Kitchener, and then he gave up 4 to the Barnstormers in the 4th, and he's so far given up 3 in the 5th.
Recall he went the first 9 batters without giving up a hit.
And then things
started happening, yep.
Things turned the other way for the Barnstormers. Strike 1 on Robert Mackey. Barnstormers' second baseman tonight. This one, I guess, catches the inside part of the plate. Wasn't sure if it was a called strike or he had kind of gone around on that half swing, but regardless, it's 0-2.
Butcher coming into tonight's game was hitting 278.
Very respectable. Very respectable. Here's an 0-2 pitch and a swing and a... Did he foul tip it? Yeah, he stays alive. So he gets a little bit of that baseball, and Mackey will stay up there. Still no balls and 2 strikes. Get a very reputable lineup here, Ed, for the Barnstormers in their first season. 1-9. You're confident really in all of them.
Yeah, we got Caceres hitting 269, Battelle is hitting 275, 278 for Butcher, and up from there. 320 for Fukuda, 333 for Mackey, Polowick 348, Marcus 378, Strong 385.
0-2 on Mackey. Here it is. He waves at it, and he did not go around. He just held up his swing, and that will allow the Barnstormers to grab second base as Dan Battelle was on the move. So Battelle takes second. Now 1 ball and 2 strikes on Robert Mackey. Now with a runner in scoring position and 3 runs already in this inning.
As a director, I know sometimes you forget things.
Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He strikes out. And Mackey goes down to end the 5th inning. But another great offensive inning for the Barnstormers, pushing 3 more across. They have a 7-3 lead on the Kitchener Panthers as we have played 5 complete at Fergie Jenkins Field. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball, presented by Canada Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Every family, every asset, every business we insure is a chapter in our story. We listen with open hearts, understanding that behind every insurance policy is a unique narrative. It's not just about numbers, it's about your dreams, your aspirations, your life. We take over your risks so you can live life to the fullest. Because we're not just some insurance people behind a desk, we are part of a community that has your back.
It's not bad at all. Wow, that's incredible.
However far, now all in, and fix
Top of the six here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Barnstormer baseball. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers. New pitcher here for the Barnstormers. Sam McKinley will now take over on the mound. But Ed, what a night for Brock Whitson. 5 complete.
Pitched well. It's 5 full innings, give up 5 hits, no walks, 4 strikeouts, 2 earned runs, 71 pitches.
That is a great line. 5 innings for Whitson. I think most impressive, 0 walks.
Yep, that's been the nemesis for the Barnstormers so far this year. Over the walks, hit by pitch, and he had none the first 5 innings. That's very encouraging.
So McKinley takes over, and this one, a 1-0 pitch, will be deposited into left center field. That will be a leadoff single for Nolan Misa. Sean Skorupski in the 6th hole now. DH tonight for Kitchener. He's got a home run to right going the other way, and he is struck out. 1 on for the Panthers. Now trailing Chatham-Kent by 4, 7-3. This one just misses the outside, and McKinley didn't miss by much. Second straight batter, though. 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the 1-0. This is in tight. This is the 8th appearance on the season for McKinley. He's pitched 19 innings. And he wants to get that ERA down. It's 7.1 right now. So a quick inning would be great for McKinley and the Barnstormers, especially after they've scored 7 runs in the last 2 innings. They want to get back to the dugout quickly.
Yeah. Shut the door and don't let them nibble away at your lead.
Skorupski's coming up here for the Panthers. This is Sean, and he sends this one high in the air. This will be behind us. Foul and well out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. McKinley in the game for the Barnstormers. Runner at first. Again, Brock Whitson, an incredibly good start for Chatham-Kent. 5 innings and stake to a 4-run lead right now. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and this one running inside in the hands and fouled off by Sean Skorupski. It's remained 2-2. Justin Skorupski waiting on deck. Kinley's ready, and now he'll throw it over to first. Lisa gets back in plenty of time. Here's the 2-2 pitch once again. This one skied to center field, but he got under it. Plenty of room out there in center field. Hauled in once again from Lee Crisera. That's going to be the first out of the top of the 6th inning. 7-3 Barnstormers over the Panthers. And this will bring up Justin Skorupski.
It's good to see the pitchers are local products. Whitson, although he played a lot of baseball in Windsor, is a Chatham native. McKinley is from neighboring Tilbury, and he has shown well in the last couple of games as well. It was hard.
Got a swing and a miss there. Justin Skorupski tripled his last time up. He's also flown out to center field. McKinley up in the count, and now he's really up in the count. Gets that call on the outside part of the plate. And, no balls and 2 strikes is the count. So maybe a bit inconsistent on the calls for both sides from the home plate umpire on that outside part of the plate.
No comment.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll comment once in a while for you. McKinley will take it. 0-2. This one jammed. And a bouncer to second. And nice play by Strong as he was right on the money. And he shovels it to second base. So a fielder's choice. That's to force out at second. But that's pretty much the best case scenario the Barnstormers could have hoped for there.
Ball hit right on the end of the bat and had one of those spinner rotations on it.
Could have been ugly.
Yes. Seen guys get fooled like a dog chasing his tail and come with ground balls.
Barnstormers will take that. Jaden Kemp now up for Kitchener. 2 men out. Runner at first base. 7-3 for the Barnstormers. This one well outside. Here's a play at first. And a close one. But getting just back in.
Good throw by the catcher.
Yeah, absolutely. Right
really
on the money.
Quick throw. You can throw it anywhere around first base, and the Panda is not going to miss the ball. Have great hands.
Kemp fouls this one off. Right-hand side. And McKinley giving up that leadoff single. Looks like he's settling in nicely. He's had a couple of outs since. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jaden Kemp, your center fielder. And this one well inside. Just avoids getting hit there. 2 balls and a strike. There was 2 out-of-town games tonight. Now it's just down to 1 as the game in London has been postponed. So I guess some inclement weather just to our east that we're just missing here in CK. This one just misses the inside part of the plate. McKinley not getting the call. So the Jackfish and the Major is postponed to another date. Update in Hamilton as Hamilton leads Toronto 3-1. Other 2 games in the IBL. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and that one gets a substantial part of the plate. Now the count is filled up. 3 balls and 2 strikes from McKinley.
Strange how that weather pattern seems to move between the 2 lakes out of Sarnia across the 401 and go between London and Ingersoll, Pilsenberg. You can get rain or snow anytime.
Seems like we're shielded quite a bit. Here's the 3-2, and this one is a bouncer in the infield too short. Fielded cleanly on the first, and that's going to do it. 3rd out to end the top of the 6th. No runs and a hit. 1 man is still on board, or is left on board. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Barnstormers enjoying a 7-3 lead over the Kitchener Panthers. Back in just a moment, you're watching Barnstormer Baseball presented by Ken and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Yeah, her camera doesn't have a red light until you're Hi, it's MJ here at the ballpark, and I'm about to introduce another one of our super fans, Cash. Cash, what brings you to the ballpark?
So my cousin, number 5, Jalen Butcher, is actually on the Barnstormers team. And so we came here with friends and family to watch him play.
Thank you so much for doing that. And with superheroes is the theme tonight. Is there a superhero in your life, Cash?
Absolutely. My favorite superhero would be Spider-Man, but my mom, of course.
And that's so cool. Thank you. Get yourself a drink at the concession stand before you leave. Thanks for coming, and back to the Barnstormers.
Back to Fergie Jenkins Field as the bottom of the 6 is now underway. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers. Wes and Brad McDonald, your producers. Dan Dominguez, our statistician in the booth here. And now the second pitch is in for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Anthony Polowick, your designated hitter this evening for the Barnstormers. And this one is in on the hands. He's jammed and sends it off foul to the right-hand side. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Polowick. He had an RBI single last time up in the 4th inning, part of a 4-run uprising for the Barnstormers. A 7-3 lead right now. Swan is a swing and a miss, gets away from the catcher, and now a throw down to first will complete the strikeout. And Polowick retired on strikes to start off this 6th inning.
Still throwing that late breaking pitch, which is, it seems hard to hit.
Yep. 7, I'm counting 7 strikeouts for the starting pitcher. Still in there, Yadier Martinez. Though he's been roughed up the last couple of innings, still in there for the Panthers. This one lined the other way to left field, falling fast, and it will fall in for a base hit for Braxton Haggith. A 1-out single. And the Barnstormers again have a base runner. They scored 4 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th. And looking for some more add-on runs here in the 6th. 81 pitches from Yadier Martinez. Stats man Dan Dominguez here in the booth tonight. First pitch, this is in the dirt. Gets away from the catcher, but not terribly far. As Ibarra able to recover, keeping the runner at first base. Suki Fukuda up now for the Barnstormers. The started catcher tonight, who was plunked in the back last time up. This one right down the middle. 1 ball and 1 strike. Fukuda ground out to third base and hit by pitch, so officially 0 for 1 tonight. Jalen Butcher, he had a key hit in this ball game. He's on deck. Here's the 1-1 down to third base. Nice snag at the hot corner. Only 1 play. That's the first. And the runner moves up, but a nice play down at third base.
Great play on the fielding, and he has a very strong arm. He comes up and throws a bullet right across the diamond.
Raul Gonzalez. Nice defensive play there. That will make it 2 out. Haggith does move up to second base. And Jalen Butcher now comes up. Big hit in this game last time up, an RBI double. First pitch to Butcher outside and low.
Well, Butcher can hit the ball like he did on the weekend. Left field is wide open.
As we've seen for most games here at Fergie Field this season. Here's the 1-0. That one catching the good part of the plate on the inside. 1 ball and 1 strike on Jalen Butcher.
The left fielder is solid left center. His fielding position.
If he can pull it. Here's the 1-1, and this one misses. Not by much, but it misses. 2 balls and a strike on Butcher. Trying to get back to the top of the order next. Marcus on deck. Runner in scoring position. Braxton Haggith. Here's a 2-1 pitch, and that catches the outside part of the plate. Evened up, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Brantford Red Sox in town tomorrow. It's a 7 o'clock start time here at Fergie Jenkins Field, so another busy weekend for the Barnstormers at home before they go on the road for a couple. Several looks back to second, and now time is called at the very last moment as Martinez was already letting that pitch go. Late timeout call there. Good job by Haggith back at second base as he's getting the pitcher Martinez off his stride a little bit back there.
He's moving.
He is moving
Jumping
quite a bit.
around, yeah.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to Butcher, and this one again bounces up. Agath not going anywhere, but again, he's floating around. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Third baseman for the Barnstormers, Butcher, tonight. Trying to keep this going. This will be pitch number 90 for Martinez on the evening. Here it is, swing and a miss, and on pitch 90, he will end the 6th inning as the Barnstormers do not push another run across. They leave 1 on, and through 6 complete, it's Barnstormers 7 and the Panthers 3. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball presented by Canada Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Might see him. Back here at Fergie Jenkins Field, top 7. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers, 7-3 lead for the Barnstormers. This will bring up Straz. Alessandro Straz for the Kitchener Panthers. First pitch to him from Sam McKinley, rides outside and high. Second inning of work from Sam McKinley. Gave up a leadoff single last inning, but settled in nicely after that. Looking to get another quick inning if he can. This one misses the mark. 2 balls and no strikes. One catches the inside part of the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike. Kinley looks in. 2-1. This one fouled just a little bit off to the left-hand side. Didn't miss that one by much. Just a close call at third base.
Yeah, that was at least a double with that big hole in left field.
Of course, in a left-handed batter, the outfielders
swing around, yeah.
Shading the other way. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from McKinley, and again going the other way to third, and another one booted at third base. Jalen Butcher, who has had a less than stellar night defensively. That's going to be his 3rd error on the night.
One of those ones that was off the end of the bat, and he sort of stood on his heels and the ball played him.
Not a fun night of the third corner, or the hot corner. Jalen Butcher, 3 errors on the night. That will put the leadoff man on board, top 7. Back to the top of the order, Spencer Ross for Kitchener. 2 groundouts and a single for Ross tonight. Slider trails outside. Ball 1. Ross trying to find that spark here for Kitchener to get back to this ball game, top 7. Kitchener had a 2-0 lead. Was evaporated in the bottom of the 4th. Now a throw over, just getting back in time.
Had him leaning the other way. It looked like he may frozen him, but he got back.
Strass back in there. Spencer Ross at the plate. 4 in the 4th for Chatham-Kent, 3 in the 5th. The 7-3 lead. Here's the pitch and a good stroke to center field. Moving over to his left, getting a beat on it, and another play in center field for Lee Casera. Been relatively busy out there tonight. He's been able to track down pretty much everything that's gone his way.
I'm amazed how many balls are hit to center field. Right from the very beginning of our first exhibition game, there's a lot of balls go to center field. I don't know if it has anything to do with the short right field fence when the right-handed batters are not getting around or because they're trying to hit the ball that way, or what it is.
Just tonight, 6 alone in this game tonight. It's between those 2 trees.
The goalposts.
Yeah.
The trees.
Some kind of pull out there.
Yeah. Like a magnetic field.
Sam McKinley into his 2nd inning of work. Take to a 4-run lead. Runner at first, 1 out. Pitch to Stephen Whalen is pumped in for a strike. Whalen has seen the base paths tonight once. He reached on an error. You don't want to harp on Butcher too much, but 3 errors tonight at third for Butcher. Whalen the beneficiary on one of them last time up. This one is to second, a multi-hopper. They go to second for 1, and far too late at first to turn the double play, but most importantly, they'll get the lead runner. A fielder's choice. 2 out. That's the most important for Chatham-Kent, top of the 7th inning.
Yeah, I actually hope that Butcher does get another chance at the ground ball and that he can just relax, move his feet, get in front of the ball, throw the ball to first base, and he'll come out of it. He's a good athlete.
Runner at first and 2 out now for Kitchener. First pitch from McKinley in for a strike. Raul Gonzalez comes in 0 for 3. One of the many flyouts to center field tonight, last at bat. Now he skies this one way up in the air. This will be foul territory. And as you might be able to hear, right above us, that metal roof.
There's no doubt about the ones that are out of play.
We know where they land. 0-2 now on Raul Gonzalez. Trying to keep Junior Ibarra waiting on deck. Kinley set. Here's the 0-2 pitch. This one sent right back up the middle. This will fall in for a base hit as Casera fields it on 2 hops out in center. So that'll be a single for Gonzalez. That's his first hit of the night. He's now 1 for 4. And this will extend the inning for Junior Ibarra at catch tonight. Singled and reached on an error. Gonzalez 4 for 4 for shooting it to center field. 3 outs to center, and now that one right up the middle. So interesting stat there from Dan Dominguez. There must be some kind of gravitational magnetic thing out in center field tonight.
They just go straight.
2 men on, 2 men out, top 7. And Junior Ibarra, cleanup hitter and catcher for Kitchener. Trying to make this game a little bit closer. He's got an opportunity. First pitch to him, inside part of the plate.
Do you remember King in his court, Eddie Fainer, the pitcher who would put one outfielder wherever he would pitch the ball, and the guy would hit to the one outfielder. It almost looks like that. I've seen him quite an exhibition. It was a while ago. I'm not sure he's still around or not.
That one plunks Ibarra, I think, on the left elbow. But a hit by pitch, not what McKinley wanted to do there for sure. This is going to load up the bases and bring the tying run to the plate now all of a sudden for Kitchener. 2 out. Now Gil Rondon, pitching coach, will come out. Maybe try and settle down McKinley a little bit, get some words of wisdom, as this is now all of a sudden a key part of this ball game, top 7.
Certainly is, and I had opportunity to talk to Gil a couple of times, and he does have words of wisdom. He's a very quiet individual who's played a lot of baseball and has a lot of good things to say about pitching, and should be listened to.
I want to say hi to Bill Robinson. We know a Bill Robinson from our time at Chatham-Kent Secondary School. This is a different Bill Robinson. He's a little bit younger. Not by much, mind you, but a great sales guy and a great person. So Bill actually saw him yesterday, and he said he loves listening to you and I, and to Chris, right from day one. So
Bill Robinson that we know from CK has a son named Bill Robinson as well. So now that makes 3.
I don't think there's any correlation there to what I believe. But
Bill lives in Indiana, I think. Bill Jr.
This Bill lives in Chatham. Saw him yesterday. So
okay, we got 3 of them.
It's a pretty common name, but the slightly younger Bill Robinson. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Just wanted to see if he was still watching, and he is. Glad to have you here. 1 ball and no strikes. Bases loaded. Key part of this ball game here for Kitchener. A 7-3 game for the Barnstormers. And now having a bit of trouble finding the strike zone after that chat with pitching coach Rondon. McKinley wants to harness things and get out of the inning here.
He's got to throw the ball, not get nervous. Let the ball go. Let it travel.
McKinley ready. Here's the 2-0 pitch. This one pumped in for a strike. He gets the call. Hopefully some confidence after that pitch. 2-1 on Misa. First baseman for Kitchener tonight. 1 for 3. And here's the 2-1 pitch. This one is, wow, I don't know where that missed. Everybody here thought that was going to be called a strike, but I guess a little bit low. And now this is interesting. 3 balls, 1 strike, no place to put him. Here's McKinley ready. Here's the 3-1 pitch. This one does catch the outside part of the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes. So where you think one call is going to go one way and another call is going to go another way, things are flipped.
It all balances out, right?
It does in the end. Here's a big pitch here. Full count. McKinley ready. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and this one is low, and he did not swing, did not go around, and that's going to be a walk, and that's going to bring in a run. It's a 7-4 lead now for Chatham-Kent as Whalen comes in to score. Does not get any easier now. Sean Skorupski, designated hitter. He's got a home run here tonight. And now he represents the go-ahead run. Tying runs at first. Kitchener threatening. This one in on the hands, fouled back, so getting ahead of the count, McKinley. No balls and 1 strike. He's thrown quite a bit, quite a few pitches here in this top of the 7th inning. Trying to get out of it. Crowd here at Fergie Jenkins Field to help him out a little bit. Strike 1 pitch, this one sent in the air. Foul territory, is there enough room? Strong moving over, but not quite as it goes off the top of the dugout of Kitchener and out of play. Good news though, no balls, 2 strikes.
I guess you got ahead of him on the count. That's important. Say maybe I hate to say this, because you pitch them inside, you run the risk of hitting, but maybe they've got to start pitching a little bit more inside on a waste pitch. Because everything has been outside, and the batter is leaning over the plate, protecting the plate.
McKinley ahead of the count, trying to finish off the Panthers here in the top of the 7th. No balls and 2 strikes on Skorupski. Here's the 0-2, well outside, and a great job by Bukuda get his glove on it and prevent it from going to the backstop and preventing more damage here.
Notice he's choked up on that bat. He's ready to protect the plate. He's way up the handle of the bat, leaning in.
McKinley ready. And the 1-2 pitch, a strike on the inside part of the plate. Strike 3, inning over. Great pitch, nice recovery from McKinley. We are going to the bottom of the 7th. Let's do a stretch. It's 7-4 for the Barnstormers over the Kitchener Panthers. Back to the bottom of the 7th momentarily. Presented by Ken and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Hi, it's MJ here at the ball game, and I'm going to introduce you to one of our youngest fans, Mia. Mia, how old are you?
I'm 12.
12. Hey, isn't that great? And are you involved with any sports in your life, Mia?
I play travel soccer, and I've been on all my school teams except cross country.
Is your family involved in any sports with you?
Not really, but I do practice sports with them, like baseball and soccer.
What do you think of the Barnstormers team?
They're pretty good.
Are you glad you came to the game?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mia, and back to the Barnstormers.
Leading off your Barnstormers, number 19, Spencer Marcus.
Spencer Marcus leads off the bottom of the 7th inning here at Fergie Jenkins Field for the Barnstormers, as they still enjoy a 3-run lead at 7-4. And now sends the first pitch to center field. Not deep. And that will be 1 pitch and 1 out. Hauled in by Kemp. And Lee Casera now will stride in here for Chatham-Kent. Now 1 for 4 officially for Marcus. Lee Casera coming in. He's had an infield single. Kind of a buggy night here at Fergie Jenkins Field. That might have been what tripped up the umpire
We've
there.
had a fly that's been with us since about 6 o'clock, and he's still here.
He tried to get him.
Yeah.
Nice movement on that pitch. That's called for a strike. Strike 1 on Lee Casera. But talk about Yadian Martinez's night. He has certainly been a workhorse for Kitchener tonight. Now this one sent to right center field between the outfielders. Fairly deep, but going over there to make the catch. Right fielder, and that's going to be 2 quick outs for Chatham-Kent. Bottom 7. And Seth Strong now back up once again for the Barnstormers. Trying to do what he did last time, a line drive home run for Strong last time up. Something we didn't really see too much of. We've seen some majestic shots to right, but that was a different one.
The ball probably never got more than 10 or 12 feet off the ground and just cleared the fence in right field by the flagpole.
Kind of winging it on when to reset.
Very hard hit.
That's all right.
Takes the first pitch outside. 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, just keep doing what you're doing.
Many pitches thrown tonight by Yadian Martinez. Swan outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Another hello going out to Deb Smith watching the stream here tonight. Presumably husband Dave, account executive at Blackburn Media here in Chatham. One of the reasons they keep me employed. Sell some advertising.
Keep it going, right?
Keep it going. So Deb and Dave, thanks for having us on. I presume Dave is also there too.
Usually they ask me to go out.
Rio on Strong. Here's the pitch, and this one trails outside the zone. That's a 4-pitch walk for Seth Strong as he reaches base for the second time tonight.
Kept the pitches down and away from him that time. I think he's building a reputation in the league as a pretty good hitter and a power hitter.
We've seen some moon shots here at Fergie Jenkins Field from him. Dan Patel now coming up. He's been on base 2 times tonight. Last time he was plunked on the backside. He's also got an RBI single, cleanup hitter for the Barnstormers. Seth Strong at first. 2 men down. Bottom 7. Barnstormers up by 3 at 7-4. And right back at it here tomorrow night. Brantford in town at 7 p.m. Love to see you back here at the ballpark. Here's the ball, 1 pitch. This one misses the mark once again. 2 balls and no strikes. Dan Patel, Robert Mackey would bat next. He's waiting on deck. Here's the 2-0. Slap the other way. Well foul.
Swing at that one. Patel's played, been a really solid player. He hits around between 280 and 300. He batted just over 300 last year. He's second baseman for the London Majors.
Tough loss to his former team earlier in the week up at Labatt Park, but a really good ball game for both clubs. Barnstormers trying to get back in the win column here tonight. Takes it well outside, and Patel has worked the count. 3 balls and 1 strike. This one finds the strike zone, so the count is all filled up. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Seth Strong at first on a walk. That followed back-to-back flyouts to center. Many flyouts to center for both sides here tonight. Patel ready. Martinez ready. Comes the 3-2 pitch. This one swing and a miss by Patel. He strikes out. And Strand sets Strong at first base as we have now played 7 innings complete at Fergie Jenkins Field. Barnstormers still up 7-4 on the Kitchener Panthers. Back with the 8th inning coming up. You're watching Barnstormers Baseball presented by Ken and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Forward to a ball game here this afternoon, and this is the kind of baseball match.
That's coming
Top of the 8th. That was coming right at us. First pitch from McKinley to kick off the top of the 8th. Ball 1 on Justin Skorupski. 7-4 lead for the Barnstormers. Third inning of work for McKinley. And this one is sent a long way to left field. Long run over and getting a beat on it, making the catch. Nice run by Braxton Haggith. In that part, Ed, where you got a lot of room to run.
100-meter sprint from where he's positioning, and he caught that on the dead run. That's good play. You're talking about Bill Robinson's. I see Mike Murphy down there with Satch Montague. How many Mike Murphys do you know?
Well, there's a former Leaf coach.
I know a bunch. I can't even count how many Mike Murphys I know. This one answers to Swank Frank, and he's from Chatham, so I know him as a baseball player.
Mike Murphy answers to Swank
Frank. That's this one who's sitting right there.
I'd like to know the story behind that one. Or maybe I don't. 1 ball and no strikes from McKinley, and misses the mark outside 2-0.
I can tell you, he played on a softball team in Windsor, where Elias Brothers big boy. And he had a jacket with a hot dog, and so the guys that went on, and he became known as Swank Frank in Chatham. He ended up playing in Chatham in many years, travel baseball.
Back to the pitcher, and a throw over from McKinley. 1-3. We've seen a couple of balls back to the pitcher here tonight. And McKinley helping out his own cause fairly quickly. 2 outs now. Top 8. So we'll bring up Strass.
It's one of the quicker games we've played, too. We've had some lengthy games.
So far, just over the 2-hour mark into the top of the 8th. Strass sends this one high in the air, left center field. And Haggith will make his second out of the half inning. That was a quick top of the 8th. Great inning from Sam McKinley in relief. He has done a great job after he has relieved Brock Whitson. 5 innings from the starter. Bottom 8 we go here at Fergie Jenkins Field. 7-4 Barnstormers. Back in a moment, presented by Kent and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
We got it. Hi, it's MJ here at the ballpark, and I'm interviewing another one of our fans. Jim, what brings you to the game tonight?
Just to watch the Barnstormers win another game here tonight. I'm enjoying the night out. Love to support the town.
Well, we're so glad you come with that attitude. When you were a little boy, what sports interested you, or how did your interest express itself?
Oh, I was a hockey fan. Love the Red Wings, an Yzerman fan. Love baseball, Blue Jays, Tigers, you name it. I'm right into sports.
Oh, all-round sportsman.
Oh, yeah.
And did you get anything at the concession stands tonight?
Yes, I did. My wife bought a couple T-shirts. I bought a few myself. I'm waiting for that sweater to come in, that extra large Barnstormer sweater. I'm going to buy one as soon as it comes in.
All right. Thanks so much, Jim. We appreciate it.
Squaring the bunt to kick off this bottom of the 8th inning, Robert Mackey. He struck out a couple of times tonight, but he's also got a 2-run single. Trying something different there. 3-run lead for the Barnstormers, 7-4 over the Kitchener Panthers. 104 pitches.
Wow.
For the starter, Yadian Martinez, still in there, trying to go wire to wire here tonight. 104 pitches. Here's 105. And it's low for a ball.
No one warming up. There's people sort of wandering around. That day, Garrett Day is up in there.
But a good job for the Barnstormers. And Sam McKinley. Brock Whitson pitching 5 very good innings. And McKinley following that up with 3 good innings of his own in the pen. There's a swing and a miss from Mackey. 1 ball and 2 strikes on the Barnstormers' second baseman tonight. 2-2 right back up the middle, and that goes through for a base hit right between the legs of Martinez. And Mackey on base for the second time tonight.
Got a big bug in here now.
We're just chasing flies all night up here.
We thought Lee Casera was busy, not as busy as us.
Who's getting the bigger workout tonight? Anthony Polowick now in for the Barnstormers at the plate. He's got an RBI single to his name this evening. Now he squares the bunt off the far side, and that one hit the ground. That was almost a great defensive play at third base. Gonzalez was coming in quickly, and almost a bunt attempt gone wrong for Polowick, but
tip the bat, you got to bend your knees, stay in the same plane.
No balls and one strike. That brings Gonzalez in quite a bit at third, and now another turn to bunt. And I think he pulled his bat back, but he gets a called strike on the outside corner. No balls and two strikes. Anthony Polowick up. Robert Mackey at first base after that single up the middle. 0-2 to Polowick. This one well outside. Now the catcher doesn't know where it went, gets away from him. However, staying put and being a little bit safe is Mackey. So he'll stay right at first base. Count now 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Notice we have Harry Muir coaching at first base tonight. Here is the general manager of the Barnstormers.
Everyone wears a couple 3 hats. Here's the 1-2. This one trails outside, gets away from the catcher, and this will move up Robert Mackey. He'll easily saunter up to second base.
Pass ball.
It looks like the catcher probably should have had that one, as it just got away from Ibarra. So I guess the official score will be pass ball on Ibarra. That now evens up the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Polowick. Pitch from Martinez, and this one sent to center field, left center field, coming in quickly, diving, and falling, unable to make the catch in left. That will be a long single, despite the attempt in left field, as Mackey will stop at third. Polowick stops at first. Runners in the corners. One out here for the Barnstormers. Pardon, that was off the bat of
Polowick.
Polowick, yeah.
Would somebody get out?
No, so Mackey at third now. Polowick at first. Yeah, nobody out, pardon me. And that will bring up Haggith now.
Yeah.
Now conference at the mound. Everybody out there.
It's hard to believe we can get confused. But we did.
With guys like us? Impossible.
Never.
Yeah.
I was talking about Harry Muir lately. Harry Muir is from London. He pitched in the Blue Jay chain.
Yes, he did.
And he was named our general manager late in 2023. And he's been very instrumental in putting this team together.
Very entertaining ball club this year. And the entire front office has done an amazing job with this ball club in year number 1. Not only with what we see on the field, but the community engagement, how they've embraced Chatham-Kent, and how Chatham-Kent has embraced the ball club.
It's impressive. It really is.
Pitch to Haggith. Rides low. His first offering. 1 ball and no strikes. Mackey at third. Polowick at first. Nobody out. Barnstormers would love an extra run or 2 in this bottom of the 8th. Up by 3. 1-0 pitch again. This one bounces in. And Ibarra getting a workout behind the plate in this 8th inning.
So in a lot of pitches, he's in the low 100s. That's a lot of pitches.
115 where he is right now. Right from the very beginning. Still out there. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Scream foul along the left-hand side. Braxton Haggett with 2 balls and 1 strike count. Fukuda on deck.
Looks like they're going to let him go the distance or without any activity in the bullpen. Whoops, I just saw somebody throwing down there.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. This one outside and low. Another favorable count here for the Barnstormers. Braxton Haggett. Robbie Price is up and warming in the bullpen. First action out there for the Kitchener Panthers tonight. 3-1 on Pollowick. On Haggith, pardon me. Haggith, and now he will have strike 2. That catches the outside part of the plate. Pollowick at first. Mackey at third. Fukuda waiting on deck. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to Haggith. This one inside and low. Ball 4, and that will load him up. Bases full of Barnstormers. And the inning gets tougher and drags on for Yadian Martinez of the Panthers. Here's the catcher, Fukuda. Couple of ground outs to third, and he's been hit by a pitch tonight. He's seen the base paths once, and a huge opportunity with the bases loaded and nobody out. First pitch to him, drops out of the zone. 1 ball and no strikes.
Ball is still moving. Whether he's going 117 pitches or not, the ball is alive.
Quite a performance here from Yadian Martinez for Kitchener. Follow-up pitch. It's the inside part of the plate. Count even up. 1 ball and 1 strike. Mackey at third, Pollowick second. Haggith on the walk is at first. Nobody out, bottom 8. Barnstormers lead by 3 and would love a couple more. Or more than a couple. Here's the 1-1. This one rails outside. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Infield is they're all in, so the players at the plate.
Here's the 2-1, and getting a little bit of the bat on the ball. Fukuda fouls it off at the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Crowd still very much in it here at Fergie Jenkins Field. It's like still full stands.
Hopefully we can pass on the same luck that we had with Mackey. Choke up, lean in, go to right.
Well, you've called it for the most part here tonight.
I said I should have bought a lottery ticket.
Here's the 2-2. He'll take that one outside and low. Count once again is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Masuki Fukuda. Catcher tonight for the Barnstormers. Crowd looking just as full as it did back in the first pitch at 7:37 tonight. Fukuda, full count. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and this one fouled off to our right. He hangs in there. Count remains full at 3-2. The long night continues for the pitcher Martinez. Now hit 125 pitches tonight for Yadian Martinez. Fukuda looks in. He's ready for the 3-2 pitch. Outside and low, ball 4. He walks in a run, and that's a big one for Chatham-Kent as Mackey comes in. And it's an 8-4 ball game. And that is going to do it. After 126 pitches for Yadian Martinez, he went as long as he possibly could. The coaching staff wanted him to go as long as he possibly could. And it's going to end here in the bottom of the 8th.
Oh, he did a great job. No complaints if he's on my team. He's around the plate all night. Good stuff. Sharp breaking pitches. Move the ball around. You can't ask for anything more from a pitcher. Pitched really well.
So the call to the bullpen here for the Kitchener Panthers. 7 innings plus for the starter tonight, Yadian Martinez. 126 pitches. And this will bring in Robbie Price.
Hard to believe 126 pitches. You watch the games on TV, and the pitcher gets around 70, and they start warming people up in the bullpen.
It's pretty commonplace even, 20, 25 years ago, 126, you're still okay.
The one I remember the most, when they went back, it was Mickey Lolich pitched for the Tigers in 68, 69, 70. And he was always known for the rubber arm, could sling the ball and throw forever. So they went back to Detroit Free Press, and they counted his pitches the first game in the fall of, in the spring of 69.
Right.
He won the game 9-7 or something like that, but he threw 179 pitches. And won the game.
79.
Oh, yeah. He could just throw. Every fourth day, they give him the ball, and he would throw.
Now, if you had somebody do that, they would be on the 2-year disabled list, probably.
No, the pendulum has swung the other way, for sure.
But a great performance by Yadian Martinez. So far, it doesn't look very good for his team on the score sheet. 8-4 lead for the Barnstormers as they've walked in a run here in the bottom of the 8th. Fukuda drawing the bases loaded RBI. Mackey coming in, and 8-4 is the lead. Out of town again, the rain out in London at Labatt Park as the Majors and Welland Jackfish could not go tonight, as we were fortunate here in CK to miss that system going through. So we'll make that up some other time. Last check, the Hamilton Cardinals with a 7-3 lead on the Toronto Maple Leafs in the IVL. 2 other games tonight. One of them postponed. 7-3 Hamilton lead last check over Toronto in Hamilton. Here it's 8-4 for Chatham-Kent. Still nobody out. Bottom 8. New pitcher Price for Kitchener. His first pitch. A lot of movement on that one, but inside and high.
I'd like to see Butcher make some contact here. He had a really rough night in the field. He's a young player, and there's nothing worse than having a bad night in the field and having to come back. He's a good athlete, he will, but it still doesn't make it any easier. It'd be nice to see him make some contact here at the plate.
Just a rough night at the office. He does have an RBI double to his name back in the 5th inning. The Barnstormers scored 3. And as you mentioned, Ed, he'd love to cap off the night with at least one more RBI here. 1 ball, no strikes. Price now the pitcher for Kitchener. This one sails high once again. And 2 pitches, not close. And again, he's a junior player. He's a recent call-up. So the Barnstormers will try and play on maybe some wildness here.
Take anything we can get, I guess, at that point in time.
2-0 on Butcher. Marcus back to the top of the order on deck. Bases full. Here's the 2-0 once again. 3 balls that have missed very high out of the zone. So I would think it's pretty much a take the next pitch. You don't have the green light here.
I would imagine, yes.
Following at third, Haggith at second, Fukuda at first. 3-0 on Jalen Butcher. Here's the 3-0 again. Well out of the zone. Ball 4, back-to-back run-producing walks, and a 9-4 lead for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, and they weren't close.
No, they weren't. They were a couple of feet above the head of the catcher, and perhaps he's a little nervous too. We don't know him. We called up from junior. They're probably settled in. And Butcher gets another RBI.
We're seeing all kinds of insects up here in the booth now. I don't know what that is.
A grade 10 biology class here.
I failed that class. I don't know what that is.
Now I know what cell phones are for, right? Take pictures of all the bugs.
Yeah, and it landed on the cell phone. 1 ball and no strikes. Spencer Marcus are back to the top of the batting order for the Barnstormers. 5 straight balls out of the strike zone.
Still high.
Make it 6 for Robbie Price. And I think he's 6 for 6 on missing too high in the zone. I think all 6 of them have been too high.
Yeah, they've all been high.
2-0 on Marcus. He's got an RBI single so far tonight. Here's the 2-0. This one, not quite as high, but still missing out of the zone.
You got to bend. He's really upright, not getting down and through the pitch. I think he's nervous.
Not put into a wonderful spot here tonight. Coming in down by 3 late in the game. Now it's a 9-4 lead. Here's the 3-0. This one misses the other way, misses low. Ball 4 to Spencer Marcus. And the walk parade continues. Another one comes in. That's the 3rd of the inning. 10-4 Barnstormers. 4 straight walks following 2 straight singles. Still nobody out. Center fielder Lee Casera steps in here for Chatham-Kent. 6-run lead, bottom 8. And there you go. First called strike here as he gets the outside part of the plate. Robbie Price hearing it from the Chatham-Kent fans, quote unquote, cheering him on and finding the strike zone for the first time in this 8th inning. Here's the strike 1 pitch. This one sent up the middle into shallow center field. That will fall in for a base hit. 1 run will come in. That will be it. But an RBI single for Lee Casera. And it's 11-4 for the Barnstormers. Station to station baseball here in this bottom of the 8th. 2 straight singles, 4 straight walks, and that RBI single from Casera up the middle.
Big
4
change
runs
in a month. 2 weeks ago, that was us in the bottom of the inning. Couldn't find the plate, walking players, and not getting a hit. And we've turned the tables a bit.
We know how both sides of the equation feel, right?
Yeah.
Here's Seth Strong. Bases remain loaded. Still nobody out. First pitch to Panda gets fouled off to the left-hand side as he was jammed.
I think his eyes got big on that one.
I think so. He was again looking for the other side of the field house. Barnstormers in a great spot here tonight. Bottom 8, 7-run lead. And looking for more, still nobody out. 1 strike on Seth Strong. Here's the pitch that goes inside and low from Price.
Put a little spin on that one. I think he's just getting over a little stage fright. I don't know his background, but he's throwing much better now.
Tell on deck. Strong in the 3-hole in the batting order tonight. This one inside. And did he dance out of the way or did it get a little bit of him? Looks like he got out of the way. That was quite impressive just to get out of the way. That one way inside.
The Panda has quick feet.
He does. He's super quick. He's got power. He's nimble. Great defense. On superhero night. Yeah. 2-1 on Seth Strong. Bases remain loaded. Here's the 2-1 outside and high. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Still with us.
3-1, nowhere to put him. Seth Strong, Dan Battelle on deck. 11-4 Chatham-Kent. The pitch is high once again, misses well high. Ball 4, and another run comes in for the Barnstormers. Bases loaded walk. Seth Strong takes his place at first, and now we'll officially have a bat around bottom of the 8th as Dan Battelle will stride in, the 9th batter for the Barnstormers. In a 5-run inning so far, and a 12-4 lead for Chatham-Kent. And the group of guys to our left, Ed Myers is still down there.
Nope, ball players from Chatham.
Yeah, great history. Chatham-Kent ball players down there, all in one row.
I tell you, George Satchmont, if you listened to us at the beginning of the ball game, played on Chatham's first ever OBA team under the banner of Chatham Minor Baseball, who was created in 1946. The Bantams won the championship in 1953. The reason for the significance is the center fielder of that team was Eddie Casera, who was Lee's grandfather. Eddie passed away this past year, and George Satch, nickname, wanted to meet Rick and Lee and watch some Chatham baseball.
So some amazing history here, Fergie Jenkins Field. Casera family certainly has amazing lines with some great athletes through generations.
Yeah, they do. And as I said, I taught Lee's mother too, Donna, and Scoop, as I call her. She was a basketball player, track and field, runner, coach, phys ed teacher. So the gene pool is pretty deep.
Absolutely. Crowd very much in it. Full house here again at Fergie Jenkins Field. They have not gone anywhere. Bottom 8.
The nickname Scoop didn't come from anything athletic. It came from, she was the newspaper editor in the middle of all her activity. So that's why I used to call her Scoop. She'd be running around getting interviews in between practices.
Did she sleep at all?
I don't know. She was busy.
Bases remain full of Barnstormers. A pitching change as Nate Laird, number 14, comes in now for Kitchener. Seth Strong at first on the bases loaded walk. Caceres at second, Marcus at third. And Seth's mom, Lori, peering in on the live stream here tonight. You were saying how nimble he is, and she just said simply, those are Kung Fu Panda moves. Of course.
Well, he is quite an athlete and can move his feet. All good athletes have to be able to move their feet, and he has that quality for sure.
Bases remain loaded. New pitcher Nate Laird for Kitchener. 12-4 Barnstormers. 5 runs in the bottom of the 8th, and still nobody out. Dan Battelle makes it 9 batters for the Barnstormers in this 8th inning.
Interesting when you're talking about scouts looking for athletes. One of the 2 things they'd always ask is, do they have good hands and can they move their feet? Basketball, baseball, you name a sport.
Any sport at all, that'll do. 1 ball, no strikes on Battelle. Again, this one misses high, so some bullpen control issues here late in this game for Kitchener. Two balls and no strikes on Battelle. Robert Mackey on deck. Here's a 2-0 line to short, over shortstop and into left field. A base hit, 1 run scores, a bobble in left field, and 2 runs will come in. Marcus and Casera come in to score a 2-run single for Dan Battelle. It's 14-4 for Chatham-Kent. So we have single, 4 walks, single, walk, single. In this inning alone, 7 across for the Barnstormers in the bottom of the 8th. And the man who kicked it all off, Robert Mackey, in this inning. He's back. Now with 2 men on, first and second, still nobody out. Battelle at first, Strong at second. Mackey started it all with a single. I don't know how many minutes ago. This one fouled off the end of the bat.
Good swing. He was on that. He sort of a quiet player in a way. He plugs away and he hits for an average. He's versatile. He's a significant player to the Barnstormers.
1 ball and 1 strike. Second at bat of the inning for Mackey. Swing and a miss, changing some speeds that time. Nate Laird took something off.
we might be down to one person from the group we were just talking about. I see Ed Robbins sitting down there. Ed was the 1956 OBA team, and more on that on Tuesday night. He is a friend of Paul Allen, who we will be interviewing Tuesday night during the major game. He's just written a book, and a significant player for both in Chatham and played for the London Majors.
Robert Mackey strikes out. That is the first out of this bottom of the 8th inning. 9 straight Barnstormers reaching base. 7 have come in. 2 on, 1 out. Anthony Polowick also with a single earlier on this inning. It's a pitch outside and low. Nate Laird, the third pitcher of the night for Kitchener. This one reached out at by Anthony Polowick. Fouls this one off.
Something else I like about the Barnstormer look, they wear the high sock look, which is the old look, something I'm familiar with.
It's a very classy look and a really clean look. Now this one goes inside and past the catcher. This is going to move the runners up to second and third. So Strong will hit third base. And Patel moves up to second.
You're noticing on TV now that a lot of guys are wearing their socks up over top of their knees.
Yeah.
Because it looks like their knees are much higher than they are for the strike zone. The strike zone now is diminished.
All with a purpose.
Yeah.
Method to their madness. 2-1 count on Anthony Polowick of the Barnstormers. And this one again, inside and low. 3 balls and 1 strike. 7 runs across in this bottom of the 8th for Chatham-Kent. And they enjoy a sizable 14-4 lead. Where Brantford comes in tomorrow night, 7 p.m. here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Here's the 3-1 from Laird. And this one again will hit the dirt. Ball 4. So the bases once again will become loaded of Barnstormers. As Polowick reaches base for the second time of the inning. Single and now a walk. 6 walks alone. 6 walks alone here for the Barnstormers in this bottom of the 8th.
Well, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. When you can't throw strikes, your team is in a lot of trouble.
As our Kitchener here, bottom 8, down by 10. This one does catch the inside part of the plate. A lot of movement on that one from Nate Laird. As he starts off, Braxton Haggith with a strike. 0-1 count. Haggith walked earlier in this inning. He's also got a single. Officially 1 for 3 on the night. Oh, 1 to Haggith as he gets a little piece of this one, fouls it off to the right-hand side. No balls and 2 strikes.
Harry, sorry.
I was just
going to say, Harry Muir has a collection of shin pads and on the end, got his arms full. Sorry about that.
And he's trying to coach first base as well, too, and be general manager of the team.
Well, I wondered why he didn't try to pick the ball up. His hands were full. He tried to trap it with his foot.
You give the player of the game to everybody on the Barnstormers, or you just give it to Harry Muir? Everything he's doing over here tonight. 0-2 on Haggith.
Looks like he has a stopwatch in his back pocket, too. So he's got you ready for anything.
Guess the amount of jobs that Harry Muir is doing tonight. What a job the Barnstormers have done overall tonight, and especially in this bottom of the 8th. It was at one point a 2-0 early lead for Kitchener. They enjoyed that after 3.5, but it all went downhill for the Panthers as the Barnstormers scoring 7 out of the game's next 8 runs and have certainly put this one away here, bottom 8. 1-2 pitch on Haggith. This one, nice try at first base, knocked down by the first baseman, but nowhere to go as he has a great defensive play and a nice try, but all hands are safe, and Seth Strong comes in to score the 8th run of the inning. It's 15-4 for the Barnstormers, and I would assume that's going to be a infield hit, and yes, it is.
Macy almost made a sensational play there at first base. He stretched out, just ran off the webbing of his glove.
Very good attempts, just didn't work out. And Masuki Fukuda back up for the second time this inning. He had a bases loaded walk earlier on in this 8th inning. There's a first pitch strike pumped in by Nate Laird. 13th batter of this inning. 8 have come in for Chatham-Kent. 15-4. Here's the pitch to Fukuda. And maybe a little bit of help from the catcher there, framing it and bringing it back into the zone. And maybe we just don't want to go home a little bit earlier, perhaps, as he gets the call on that one. Ibarra helping out. No balls and 2 strikes on Fukuda. Here's the pitch. This one rides high.
Mike's may have called over and want to know why the game isn't open. Where are the fans?
First of all, hello to Mike's Place in Chatham, as they have us streamed every home game. So hello to everybody watching at Mike's Place on Queen Street in Chatham, where we have wound up after many a game. Several feet away. And now this one will plunk Fukuda in the back, and on a 1-2 pitch, that pretty much just encapsulates the night of the Kitchener Panthers, all in one pitch. A 1-2 plunker in the back, and Fukuda will drive in another run. My 8th inning on my scorecard is almost completely out of room. I think yours is completely out of room. This will bring up Jalen Butcher for the second time this inning. Almost everybody. See if everybody gets a second turn in this bottom of the 8th at the plate. Butcher walked in a run. And with an RBI double tonight. No balls and 1 strike on the 3rd baseman tonight for the Barnstormers. 16-4 for Chatham-Kent. Good movement on that pitch, but it rides high and outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Brantford in town tomorrow night. London is in town on Tuesday night. So some more home cooking here for the Barnstormers here at Fergie Jenkins Field. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Good velocity from Nate Laird. Blowing that one past Butcher. One ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to Butcher. Swing and a miss. As that one tailed inside, Butcher could not hang on or catch up to it. And he is down on strikes. That still is just the second out of this bottom of the 8th. That will go back to the top of the order. And Spencer Marcus, his second at bat of the 8th inning. Barnstormers with a whole bunch of runs and hits tonight. 16 runs on 13 hits. They've also struck out 11 times tonight. Pitch from Laird finds the strike zone. And 1 strike to count on Spencer Marcus. And some fans aren't happy with that call. However, we could be having breakfast here for Saturday morning. Lasts much longer. 16-4. Nice movement on that pitch, but misses the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike. All this said, a 9-run inning that we're in. This is still well under the 3-hour mark.
Oh,
we
yeah.
haven't hit the 3-hour mark.
We were going along quickly. We were sitting here against London the one night at 10-12 when the game ended.
I was watching you and Chris do a lot of that game, and I was feeling bad for you guys.
Chris gets up pretty early in the morning.
He does, like 3 a.m. So
He was wondering whether to go to work or go home from here.
I would have been tempted to go to work, get everything done, and go back home again. Ed and I back for the broadcast tomorrow. Chris and Ed will have your game Tuesday night as London will be in town. 2-1 pitch. This one skied foul off to the right-hand side. Count even up 2 balls and 2 strikes. Spencer Marcus, the 6th Barnstormer to have 2 at-bats in this 8th inning alone. Incredible inning offensively here for Chatham-Kent. 2-2 on Marcus. Here's Laird with the pitch. And this one, strike 3 called on the outside corner. And that will end the bottom of the 8th inning. That started seemingly an hour and a half ago. But the Barnstormers scored 9 runs in the bottom of the 8th. And they have a 16-4 lead on the Kitchener Panthers as we go to the top of the 9th. We'll have it for you coming up. Stormer Baseball presented by Canada Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Welcome back to Fergie Jenkins Field on Tweets, Marion Chatham. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers. Peter Cobb, your field reporter. We'll check in with him coming up in just a few minutes when this one is done. Wes and Brad, your producers, and your stats man, Dan Dominguez, up in the booth here tonight. We have seen quite a ball game. 16-4 is the lead for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. And
Garrett Day coming in.
So we had him at 37. He's in at number 38. But Garrett Day will come in and try and wrap up this evening here at Fergie Jenkins Field. 16-4 lead for the Barnstormers. 15 batters came up for Chatham-Kent in the bottom of the 8th. 15 in the 1/2 inning. 9 of them come in to score. And we were going into that half inning with a 7-4 lead, saying the Barnstormers would really love an extra run, maybe 2. A little bit better than that.
Yeah. They did it without a lot of effort, too, because the number of walks. Kitchener pitchers had trouble finding the plate when they came in. Martinez had done a fantastic job to that point, but he just ran out of juice. You can only throw so many pitches one night.
Count 7 walks in that inning alone.
Yeah.
Garrett Day now pitching for the Barnstormers, trying to wrap it up. He gets the first pitch in for a strike. And still a very good crowd here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Only thinning out a little bit. Trying to beat the traffic a little bit. But a 12-run lead for Chatham-Kent as this one is scribbled foul along the first base line. Superhero Nights here at the ballpark. Presented by Nick Defense.
Garrett Day is another Chatham native, Chatham Minor Baseball. He is the golfer. He went to Wayne State on a golf scholarship and just graduated recently.
This one rides too far inside on an 0-2 pitch. He had a lot of movement on it. But it goes way too far inside and plunking his batter. So the first batter on base here for the Kitchener Panthers to start off the top of the ninth. So Ross hit by pitch.
Trying to look at these stats. He was involved in a very busy bottom of the 10th in London, but he still has a 0.00 ERA.
Trying to think what transpired in that particular inning, but
yeah, he assumed Richardson had put two men on, and of course they had the runner start at second base. And those runners scored, but they were not Day's runners. They were Richardson's runners. And the three runners adding up made the score the difference, 7-6.
Whalen trying to shake off that foul pitch off of his foot.
They hurt. They come right down on top of your foot. You ever dropped a frying pan on your foot?
Oh, I've dropped many things, many.
They hurt.
It's back up and okay now. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Stephen Whalen.
Chin pad, but he doesn't have it extending over his foot, which seemed to where the ball came down on top of his foot.
Gets the call there. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And we're saying in the commercial break, Ed, that maybe the strike zone is widened a little bit in this 16-4 game.
Little stretch of the zone to expedite the game a bit.
2-2 pitch on Stephen Whalen. Runner at first. There is a bouncing ball to second. 1 play to first. And the throw across to Strong will get him. 4-3 put out. Mackey to Strong. 1 out. Runner moves on to third base. And Raul Gonzalez now will stride in. Spencer Ross hit by pitch to kick off the inning. Took second on infielder indifference. Ground out pushes him to third base. Strike 1 as Day gets ahead of his hitter, Raul Gonzalez. Singled his last time up, 1 for 4 overall. And another ground ball right back to second base. On to first once again, the second consecutive 4-3 putout. That will produce a run as Ross comes across. The Barnstormers will gladly exchange that. 1 run comes across. It's now a 16-5 game for Chatham-Kent. And all comes down to Junior Ibarra.
93.
So for him, Cam Bauer Jr. will get a turn here. So pinch hitting for Ibarra. Now the umpires are home plate umpire. Just going to get a confirmation from Kitchener coach. So Bauer comes into the game. Base is empty. 2 out, top of the ninth. Barnstormers with an 11-run lead at 16-5, largely helped by that 9-run bottom of the 8th. Pitch inside from Day.
The first earned run that Day has given up this year.
Trying to recover. Bouncing ball high in the air. Here's a play at first base. On to first. Game is over. Barnstormers win. A 16-5 win over the Kitchener Panthers with a huge offensive uprising tonight. That 9-run bottom of the 8th, making this one a no-doubter as Chatham-Kent has now won 3 out of their last 4 games. And they improved to 6-9 on the young season at the IBL. So a laugher tonight, and the Barnstormers can certainly use that one. 16-5 over the Kitchener Panthers. So again, another feel-good game on all facets of the game for Chatham-Kent. They got some great pitching. The starting pitching, the bullpen coming in, playing really well, and of course the offense. We don't have to say much about the offense because everybody pretty much got a turn.
I think the biggest change over the last 2 weeks has been the consistency of the pitching. They have walked fewer. They are ahead of more batters. We had very strong pitching tonight and good results.
That's a formula for a win more often than not. 16 runs for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers tonight, 13 hits and 3 errors. And again, as we mentioned, they had a whole bunch of walks tonight to help out. And 5-7-2 the line score for Kitchener. As we're going to go down to the field and join Peter Cobb on the other end of this 16-5 Chatham-Kent win.
Folks, I am here with the Barnstormer player of the game tonight, and hey, we got to give love to our pitching staff, and in this case, the Chatham kid himself, Brock Whitson. Brock, 5 innings, 2 earned runs, you scattered 5 hits, you had full command of that strike zone tonight. Walk us through your evening.
Yeah, my entire plan was just throw strikes. I've been struggling with walks lately, so I was just trying to pound the zone and get him in there, and my defense did a lot for me today, so it was a team effort and it worked well.
You got it. You got Lee Couster out there in center field, and that's money in the bank. Spencer, your outfielders are just exceptional, and boy, that's got to give that pitching staff some confidence.
Oh yeah, we probably have one of the best outfields in the league, and our defense is solid. So I could go in there every time just throwing strikes, and I know that I'm supported by everybody on the team, batting offensively and defensively.
Well, you got a great pitching coach too that you're learning out from.
Oh yeah, Gil's. He's like the fountain of wisdom. I've grown so much just the 2 months he's been here, and I can't wait to learn more. And he's such a great guy and pitching coach, and yeah, it's an honor.
Hey, he's from the Bronx, New York. That's the stickball capital of the world, I'll tell you. Well, Brock Whitson, folks, he entertained us here tonight. Let's give him one more round of applause. Congratulations, kid. Big one.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to hope to have the manager, Dan Norman, join us down here on the field. And here comes number 17. You mic him up, Brock. You can join the crew.
All right, Peter Cobb, again, a great performance tonight by the pitching staff and Brock Whitson, as we will now go down there in a couple minutes and talk with the manager, Dan Norman, on the heels of a 16-5 Chatham-Kent win over the Kitchener Panthers tonight. But great performance by Whitson tonight.
Yeah, I think Brock indicated that he's been working on his control and was able to find the plate, and what a difference. He was in control the whole game and was highly successful.
Here's Peter Cobb as we go back down with Skipper.
All right, I'm here with manager Dan Norman, and Dan, it's always nice when I look over my shoulder and your team puts up 16 big ones. That's got to a little bit of a sigh of relief for the manager.
Yes. They've been swinging the bat really well the last 4 games, so I'm proud of what they did tonight. I always tell them you got to play good defense even if we're not hitting. So if we play good defense, that'll keep us in the game.
You got to be happy with. I'm so impressed with this Barnstormers outfield. They are just really solid out there. I know if it's a fly ball, they're going to do their darndest to run it down. But if it's just a routine fly, it's money in the bank out there.
Yeah, they've been playing real well all year long. I think we may have 1 error out there in the outfield this year, so they've been doing a very good job for us.
And what a pitching performance you got from Brock Whitson tonight. And all your pitchers, really, that came in. And Sam McKinley was sharp as attack. You got to be quite pleased.
Yes, they all been pitching well. Tonight, that was his third game. Brock pitched well. So, you know, he did a real good job. He went the distance for us. And then also the other guys that came in throwing strikes, you know, getting guys out. That's the main thing.
Yeah, you love that when you got a big lead. Just come in and throw strikes. You got 9 guys out there that can field for you, and they can make outs.
Yes, most definitely.
All right, folks. He's Dan Norman. I'm Peter Cobb. Meg's behind the camera there. Join us tomorrow. I believe the Red Sox make their way in. Boy, I can't wait for Tuesday night, Coach. It's a rivalry. It's Ollie Frazier, one of the London Majors. Come on down here. I can't wait. It's going to be a great rivalry, that's for sure. Let's send it back up to the booth to Ed and Mike. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Peter Cobb, and a great night for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Offensively, defensively, pitching a 16-5 win. It all kind of worked, Ed.
Yep, it all came together, and it was a combination of good pitching, lots of strikes, timely hitting, and you put those things together, and you have a pretty good performance.
Brock Whitson, again, talking with Peter Cobb a few minutes ago, 5 innings, no walks. And when you do that, you're going to win more often than not. So just an incredible performance, not only from Brock, but Sam McKinley and Garrett Day.
Yep, you were ahead most batters. You're not going to be ahead of every batter, but you what you strive for and throw more strikes than balls. And when you do that and you have a good fielding team behind you and some hitting, you can usually look forward to some pretty good results.
Barnstormers a big win tonight. They're back at it tomorrow night, 7 p.m. from Fergie Jenkins Field. Brantford's in town. And then Tuesday, it will be the London Majors, as Peter alluded to, as the Majors will come to town on Tuesday night. So a 3-game homestand. Game 2 tomorrow, we'll have it for you with Ed Myers and myself. So on behalf of Ed, Wes and Brad McDonald, your producers, Dan Dominguez, our statistician, and for Peter Cobb as well, and everybody making this telecast possible. Once again, it's a final score of 16-5 for the Barnstormers. My name is Mike Renier. I hope you have a wonderful night.
Whether you're commercial, industrial, or residential, Enyo Pest Advisors are here with passion and integrity to help. Call us for a no-obligation quote today, 226-627-4944. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Every family, every asset, every business we insure is a chapter in our story. We listen with open hearts, understanding that behind every insurance policy is a unique narrative. It's not just about numbers, it's about your dreams, your aspirations, your life. We take over your risks so you can live life to the fullest. Because we're not just some insurance people behind a desk, we're part of a community that has your back.
My time, think it's my year. They gon' have to retire my jersey early. Whole crew coming, had to work something, cause I had nothing in my pocket. Yeah, I did all that. Big plans, partners trying to make profits. Yeah, I did all that. Work, sweat, and tears breaking, even no ends. Yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen. Putting hours in my practice, I did all that. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my